Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Part of Elite Assassin Organization? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. People look at me differently now. It's as if everyone expects me to perform perfectly. They have this image of me in their minds, and if I don't fit that exact mold, I feel like I'm not myself anymore. Just the other day, I wore shoes that weren't my usual beat-up red ones, and Mina had a meltdown. When I stubbed my toe last week and let a curse slip, half the class gasped, and even Aizawa looked taken aback. I didn't give my all in class one day because I hadn't slept well, and I was immediately sent to Recovery Girl because I was, obviously, sick. The pressure is overwhelming. I can't just bring this up with my classmates, they wouldn't understand. Maybe I should consider taking some time off school. I could ask Nezu. He might allow me a break for my mental health. But then again, if I can't handle a little pressure, what kind of hero would I be? Maybe Kachin was right. Perhaps I won't make it as a hero if I can't even cope with my classmates' expectations. The next day, I found myself in front of Principal Nezu. I must say, Midoriya, I was surprised to see you wanted to speak with me. What is it you'd like to discuss? He asked. I want to take a break, I replied. Well, we have a break coming up in a few weeks, Mr. Midoriya. Everyone will be taking a break then. I don't mean a week or two off. I need longer. May I ask why? I knew he would ask, but how could I explain that my class was unintentionally pressuring me to be someone I'm not? Basically, I don't feel like I can be myself here. I just need some time to be me. What do you mean, be yourself? I thought you were being you. That's the issue. Everyone thinks I'm this version of me, but I want to talk without a filter. I want to go out and have fun. I want to wear what I want and style my hair. I want to be me, but I feel like I'm not good enough. I see. I will give you until the 15th of September to sort out anything you need to. I will inform your teachers that you are taking a short break from school starting Friday. That gives you 3 days of class and 3 days to tell your classmates. Of course, if you are taking a break from school, you will have to move out of the dorms as well. Thank you, Nezu. I will be back in September. Now off you go. I have another student waiting to speak with me. I left the office and passed another student on my way out, someone from the business course, I think. September 15th. That gives me 5 months to deal with my thoughts. 5 months to be the real Izuku Midoriya, not the version everyone expects. Later, Uraraka approached me. Hey Deku. How was your meeting with Principal Nezu? Did you get everything sorted out? You better believe I did. I could see the surprise on everyone's faces. Is something wrong, Deku? Kaminari asked. Nope. In fact, everything is great. I skipped out of the common area and headed to the elevator. Once the doors closed behind me, I pulled out my phone to make a call. Hey kiddo. Haven't heard from you since after the sports festival. What's up? I was wondering if I could stay with you for a few months? I've gotten permission to take a much-needed break from school, and I'd like to see the family again. Sure, that's fine with me. When are you coming? Friday. I'm out of the dorms, so I'll book a flight for that night. Okay, I'll send Rex to pick you up from the airport. Just let your mom know you're coming. I don't want her to send someone after me. Don't worry. I'll make sure she knows. That was part 1 down. The next steps should be easier. As I prepared to leave, I heard a familiar voice. Midoriya, are you sure you're making the right decision? Absolutely. I held my tongue to avoid revealing too much. Okay, I guess I'll see you again in September. The class turned to face me. I hadn't told them yet. Today was Friday, and I planned to share my news before I left. I had already gotten my mom's permission while packing my things. What's going on, Deku? What did he mean by September? Todoroki asked. I'm going to live with my dad for a while. It's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. You're leaving for 5 months to move somewhere else in Japan, Mina exclaimed. America. His dad is in America? I added. America? That far away? Why are you leaving the country? Did the League threaten you? If so, we can deal with it, Kaminari chimed in. I just need a break, geez. This is why I didn't want to tell you guys until I was practically out the door. You all are suffocating me. I need a break from all of this. I want to let loose and be myself without judgment or people freaking out. We don't judge you, Mina protested. The other day when I wore a different pair of shoes, you practically tore the building down to find my other pair because I'm just not Deku without them. I slack off a little in class, and I'm sent to recovery girl because I'm sick, when really I'm just tired from studying. I let a curse slip, and you all acted like I grew a second head. I could see the shock on their faces. I can't be me around you, so I'm going somewhere where I can be myself for a few months. Is it so wrong to want to live life the way I want to? During my speech, I stood up and accidentally knocked over my chair. A mix of emotions spread across my classmates' faces. Some looked upset, others confused, and Aizawa appeared disappointed in us. I didn't know we were doing that to you, Midoriya. Go ahead and visit America. By the time you come back in September, we will be changed people, Kaminari promised. That wasn't exactly what I wanted to hear, but it worked. I sat back down and gestured for Aizawa to continue. At the American airport, I called out, Roxy, come out, wherever you are. I can't wait forever. It may be daytime here, but it's the middle of the night in Japan. My body is on a schedule. Wow, dude, you've grown. Look at your hair. We need to cut it again, Roxy said as he appeared. What happened to your ear piercings? Did you let the holes close up? Roxy, I'm glad you care about my appearance, but I need a bed ASAP. No problem. The boss said you'd need time to adjust. Tomorrow, the gang is coming to celebrate your arrival, and we're going to fix that hair of yours. Honestly, what were you thinking when you styled it like that? Rex. He quickly apologized and grabbed my bag, leading me to the car. It had been a while since I was home, but I was glad to be back. I was already starting to feel like myself again. How long has he been asleep? I recognized the voice and wasn't prepared to deal with him. Since 3 p.m. yesterday, Rex answered. That's been almost a whole day. Is he all right? I am, but if you don't shut up, you won't be. I could feel the mood in the room shift. Someone get me some food. Preferably McDonald's. A McChicken and a large fry with a large Dr. Pepper. I opened my eyes and saw someone leave the room. It felt good to be back. I could easily get what I wanted with a single order. How long had it been since I could do that? How long have you been waiting to say that exact order? Roxy asked. Roxy and Rex were siblings and my best friends. I've been planning it since I got permission to come here. So, what's on the agenda for today? I say we fix my look and greet the crew. That was the plan. Come on. Lucy is waiting to cut your hair, and Bomber is ready to fix those piercings you let close up, Rex explained as he pulled me out of bed. Hugo has already picked out your outfit for today. Mew has the makeup ready, Roxy added. Good. Very good. What about Gizmo and Vixen? Gizmo is away on a mission, and Vixen is set to return later from his last mission, Rex replied. So they've leveled up. Good. Turnip and Waterston? Kia and has retired, Roxy delivered the sad news. Those were my 2 favorite guards. Sad to hear it. I was hoping to tell them about fighting Overhaul. Rex stopped. They knew about Overhaul. Every underground organization did. You mean to tell me that you went up against him and lived? I smirked. I had intentionally left that piece of information out of my letters home. I wanted to see their faces in person. Strong fighter. Abusive guardian, selling drags that destroy quirks, terrible care of his henchmen, and an idiot overall. Took him down with very few wounds to show for it. They were gawking at me. This was what I had wanted. Does your father know? Does his father know what? Dad was home? Shocking. What happened, Izu? Oh, I just took down Overhaul a while back. I'm sure you heard about him getting taken down. That's not something you would miss. That's my boy. I knew you weren't wasting that power. However, I am appalled that your mother let you leave the house with that hair. Go get it cut. Dad was very particular about appearances. If you looked unkempt, people wouldn't take you seriously. We were on our way to do that very thing, sir, Rex assured Dad. Good. Say it with me. He gave us a moment to prepare. A raven does not go out looking like a child. We go out looking like men and women who care about our appearance. If you look unkempt, people don't take you seriously. Those words were drilled into our heads from the moment we became ravens. The ravens. We were assassins, each specializing in different fields, whether it be tech, combat, torture, or silent takedowns. We all played a part in defeating our targets. My dad was the leader of the ravens, and I was his successor. While I was in Japan training to be a hero, I was also training to take over as the leader of the ravens. No one in Japan, except for my mom, knew about this. Not even Kachin knew. He was aware that my father worked in America and made a lot of money, but he never knew what Dad did. Very good. Run along now. I'm sure you all have plans. Just be sure to be home before midnight. Another rule, unless you were on a mission or part of the night watch, you had to be in by midnight. Yes, Dad, we know. When have I ever shown up after midnight? He just smiled at me. You know, Aizu, you remind me a lot of myself. You are going to be a fine leader someday. He ruffled my hair, then scowled. Seriously, what is that? He walked off, grumbling about how I looked like a child and not a man. We better get this fixed. I'd rather not be kicked out just because Mom wanted me to blend in. Come on. The others agreed and pulled me to Lucy's room. Lucy was an expert in disguises. She could make anyone blend in while looking respectable. Dad loved how she could do that. Good evening, Izuku. What look would you like? Need you ask? It hasn't been long enough for you to forget, has it? She laughed and grabbed the clippers, scissors, and a comb. With her fourth arm, she wrapped the cloth around my neck. Gosh, what were you thinking? Did you really think your father would approve? After what felt like forever, she finally finished. Perfect. I looked presentable but still had my own style added. Lucy once again did a great job. Amazing work, Lucy. This is why you are the only one allowed to mess with my hair when I'm in America. That'll be $32.50. Excuse me, Missy. I'm just kidding. I'd never have you pay me. Though for that mess I should. I get it. It looked awful. Even I complained to Mom about it. Where's my sandwich? I was supposed to have a sandwich by now. Rex shrugged. I think it got lost. I'm starving. Well, piercings, clothes, and then your face will be getting dressed. Bomber, my man. How's my favorite explosions expert? Kachin may be able to cause explosions with his sweat, but can he build a bomb small enough to hide in a strawberry? I don't think so. I've been great. Got promoted to chief of the explosives department last summer. I knew you could. Now how about fixing me up real nice? Had to let the holes close to fit in. He picked up his piercing gun and smiled. Would be my pleasure, buddy. Now what ring do you want? I pointed to the black gems. I knew it. Bomber got the gems in and even offered to do some tattoos for me. I declined for today but accepted the offer for a tongue piercing. I've always wanted one. That sandwich would have to wait now. Smile for the camera, pretty boy. I stuck my tongue out at Rex while leaning forward in the chair. Ah, this is great. It's going straight to Hark. I was up late again. Surprise. A few others were up with me. I got a notification and immediately opened it. Hey, Prettyboy86 posted for the first time in a while. I let Mina know. She was busy painting her toenails. Prettyboy86 is a really popular Harker, and we follow him closely. Nice, what's he been up to? I waited for the picture to load, and then my eyes widened. It's only been a couple of days, dude, I muttered. Mina and the others who were up heard me. There is only one person I could be talking about. No way does Deku know Prettyboy, Mina said, grabbing her phone and opening Hark. The post was a picture of him sticking his tongue out with a tongue piercing. He also had his ears pierced, his hair cut and dyed, and he was wearing a ring with a feather engraved on it. The post said, "Glad to have my bro back," making him look like a Midoriya again. That pretty much confirmed it. Our little dude really did change. How could he change that much though? Kirishima asked. I don't know, but I like this look. It suits him, I said. It most certainly does not, Mina objected. She really was set on Midoriya looking a certain way. Actually, I have to agree with Cammy. I like this look, Kiri added. 2 against 1. Back at the Midoriya house. Hey bro, got a lot of comments on the new post. One sticks out though. It reads, "Tell our bro that Cammy and Kiri said the look suits him better than the old look." Who's Cammy and Kiri? I laughed while zipping up my boots. Kaminari and Kirishima. 2 classmates back at UA. Almost always up late. Glad they like the look. Tell them that I said go to bed or they'll fall asleep and have to face Aizawa's wrath again. He began typing furiously and then dramatically hit send. And done. You know you should really make a Hark account. You'd be really popular. Maybe I will. Actually, scratch that and give me my phone. Walk me through the process. Rex laughed and showed me how to make an account. Your name on here will define you. Don't make it seem fanboyish or childish. Make it something that is easy to remember, fun to say, and defines who you are. Yeah, I had the name done halfway through whatever you just said. He sputtered and ended up face-palming, causing me to laugh. How does prettyboy86 define you? We all know I'm the pretty one. And what did you pick, pretty boy? Easy. Gay_blast17. How is that better than mine? It speaks the truth. Also, I already have 12 followers, and all I did was put a profile picture. What? He pulled my phone out of my hand and saw that I was speaking the truth. Hey guys. Midoriya just made a Hark account. I got a notification that said his number was used to make one. Kirishima and Mina looked up. Nice. Let's follow him. Kirishima grabbed his phone and opened Hark. Interesting username. Nice to know I'm not the only one. I expected it from you, but him? It seems that there is a lot we don't know about him, Mina commented on Kirishima's words. How did you guys not know he was gay? He made it pretty obvious. Hey, look at how many followers he has. It's already in the 50s. They refreshed their screens and saw that I was right. Could he have that many contacts, or is he just that popular? Back at Midoriya's house. Okay, so I shared your profile with the group and some of the crew. I also just tagged you in my profile. Roxy, who had been laughing at the scene of Rex internally dying, told Midoriya. Oh, thanks Roxy. Midoriya finally got his phone back and turned off the notification sound before putting it in his pocket. He knew that if Roxy tagged him, he was bound to get a lot of followers in under a minute. Now where are we meeting the gang? The spot, of course. Rex got up from his spot on the floor where he was pouting. The mention of the gang almost always cheered him up. Then let's go. 2 weeks have passed since Izuku first got back. He and the gang have been out having fun since then. On the first day, they went out to the countryside to have an aiming competition with their firearm of choice. This was since Izuku was still a little lagged from the trip over there. They didn't want to get him sick, or it would be their heads on a platter. On the second day, the gang took him to the bowling alley that he loved so much. The owner was happy to see Izuku again and let them have whatever drink they wanted for free. Izuku loved the bowling alley because it was a place where quirks were cancelled out, allowing everyone to compete based solely on skill. It was a welcome break from their usual lives filled with superpowers. Today, however, they were headed to a different kind of venue, the best club in town, owned by Lucy's father. Thanks to this connection, the group would get in for free, along with anyone who could show a raven ring. Come on Izuku. Let's head to the fun room. I heard some of the elite are here tonight, Rex urged, pulling on Izuku's arm with excitement. The elite were the best of the best when it came to takedowns. Some were assassins like the Ravens, while others were villains who had struck deals with them for immunity in exchange for assistance with their jobs. Fine, but if he isn't there, it won't be worth it, Izuku replied, his mind on Whisper, the most notorious assassin known for his silent approach. Come on Izuku. They're called elite for a reason. He's just super elite. Plus, this is our chance to learn from the best in the business. Izuku groaned but eventually complied. About an hour into the night, the group was enjoying themselves, dancing and mingling with the elite. Rex had passed out somewhere, and Lucy had gone to talk with her father. Deku, a voice called out, causing Izuku to freeze. The assassin he had been speaking with noticed his reaction. Are you okay, kid? Tell me. Short, blonde, 2 buns, creepy smile? The assassin glanced behind him. Perfect description. How did you know? Just a hunch. I have to go deal with her. Tell Martha I'll come around sometime to try her potatoes. With that, Izuku left the assassin and turned around, unaware that Rex had woken up and noticed the look in his friend's eyes. Yo everyone, Pretty Boy is going live, and it looks like he's ready to mess people up. Kaminari announced, excitement buzzing in the air as they celebrated the upcoming break. Quick, let's see who he's going to fight, Bakugo said, pointing at the TV as Kaminari hooked his phone up. They were not prepared for what they saw. In the club, Toga, the overly enthusiastic blonde, was thrilled to see Izuku again. What are you doing in America? Hey, Dabi, it's Deku, she exclaimed, drawing the attention of Dabi, who looked bored. I see that, Toga. I'm curious as well. I thought he was supposed to be at UA, Dabi replied. Hey boss, need help? Roxy asked, hopping off a table and pulling out a knife. This action caused everyone to instinctively reach for their concealed weapons. Everyone calm down. They're friends. Do you really think a Midoriya couldn't handle a blood-crazed girl and someone who has staples holding them together? Wait, that kid's a Midoriya? My sincerest apologies, sir. If I had known, I wouldn't have worried, one of the assassins said. Meanwhile, back at UA, Bakugo was puzzled. Why are they so confident in the name Midoriya? Hell if I know. I'm more confused about why he's in a place full of people with weapons, another student replied. That's what you're confused about? Why did that girl call him boss? I think you guys should worry that the league has found your classmate, Aizawa interjected, surprising everyone. Back in the club, Izuku confronted Toga. What are you doing here? I was celebrating with my friends and didn't expect to see someone who has tried to kill me several times. She tried to kill the boss? Toga asked, her excitement undeterred. They're crazy to go after a Midoriya, another assassin remarked. Why isn't she dead yet? Hey, Toga, I think our little Deku has something he's not telling us. If a group of assassins is treating him like royalty, Dabi speculated. I was getting that feeling too. Look at the ring. Shiggy told us the guy we're looking for has that ring but with the number 238, Toga added. Hey Slim, Toga came here on behalf of my pal Shigaraki to find you. Why didn't you tell me you had a mission coming up? Izuku called to his friend, who was busy throwing darts. Sorry boss. I meant to tell you yesterday, Slim replied sheepishly. So the league is hiring my mate Slim? Who are you trying to take out? Slim recently had an injury, so he can't go on any missions. I can offer you someone else, Izuku said, glancing at Toga. We are after A's, Midoriya hissed, cutting himself off. Yes, sorry. I may be on break from school, but I can't let you do that. He is under my protection as well as my teacher. The room buzzed with murmurs at this revelation. I was hired to kill the boss's teacher? I could have been killed when I got back, one assassin exclaimed. Back at UA, the students were piecing things together. I knew the league would try something like that. Take out the teacher, and they can't train the kids, Bakugo said, frustrated. I'm surprised Midoriya was going to help the league find a good assassin in the first place. How does he even know assassins? Zero asked. Sheet, I forgot I was streaming, someone exclaimed as the live stream ended. Weren't you listening? That ring means he's one of them. From the sounds of it, he's pretty high up in the ranks. I think Pretty Boy is drunk or he would have turned the live stream off before the whole assassin revelation. Either that or most of his followers already know they are assassins, Bakugo explained, anger rising. No wonder he felt suppressed. If he can take out targets with ease, we were holding him back. In his frustration, Bakugo accidentally broke the glass he was holding. Calm down, mate. It's not that big of a deal, someone said, trying to ease the tension. I should have known already. All of those messages make sense now. Another bird down. Train hard, and you'll be able to get your first bird this summer. I thought he was talking about turkeys. I'm coming to Japan soon. I have a big one there. I'll swing by after to visit. Teach you how to clean the blade so. It looks like it's never been used. How did I not realize he lives in a family of murderers? To be fair, that does sound like how my father talks about hunting, Ciro commented. The ring shows he's a raven. I've worked with them before. They take whatever job pays best. I had one backing me up a few years back. He looked kind of young, but if he was sent by the Ravens, I didn't care. I knew the leader wouldn't send someone incompetent. He went by the name of Vixen. Took out a man who had snuck up behind me with ease. Vixen made a call after that sounded strange to me. He said, "Hey boss, I'm done with the job. I also saw your son. Yes, he looks healthy, but I saw him being pushed around. I don't see why he doesn't fight back or confront his bullies." "No sir, I did not kill the leader." "I would have, but the look your son had. He looked like he cared about the leader even though he was being bullied." "Yes, I'll visit and see what's up. I got a name though. You may want to do some research. Your son called him Kachin." I hadn't heard that name again until you guys came to the school. I heard Midoriya say Kachin, and I knew that was the boy Vixen was talking about. I kept a close eye on you too. Vixen said that the kid could easily kill, so I was waiting for the kid to show signs of being able to kill. But he never did. In fact, I almost forgot about that until I had to work with Vixen again. He asked if he could come visit Midoriya. I had to tell him that Midoriya was currently under house arrest for fighting with a fellow student. Vixen held a look of pure excitement in his eyes. I'll never forget what he said. He said, "If the student isn't dead, he is lucky. A fight without rules against the boss usually ends in death." Those words shook me to the bone. That's why I didn't put up much of a fight when I heard he was taking a break from school. I don't want him to snap. Let's all agree to not do anything to upset Midoriya. Okay? Mina suggested. Everyone but Bakugo agreed. He was still angry at himself. Didn't you hear what Aizawa just said? That kid could have killed you long ago. I know. I also know he won't kill me yet. Someone get them a drink. We may not be providing them with service, but they came all this way, Izuku yelled over to the bartender. Right away, Mr. Midoriya. Any specific drink? Let's see if they can handle the house specialty. For headshots. Roxy, come on. You're up. Midoriya could see the surprise in Dabi's eyes. He didn't expect the good kid to be ordering people around or ordering alcohol. Those two don't look like they can handle it. Mr. Midoriya is setting them up to fail. Do you blame him? That girl tried to kill him. A toast to finally being able to have fun. Roxy and Midoriya clinked glasses, but the other two looked confused. Sorry, let's make a toast to not getting into any trouble. Sure, let's drink. But not you, Toga. You know Shiggy would be upset if he found out. The young girl pouted, clearly unhappy with the decision. Why did he even send me here if I can't have a drink? All right, but just something lighter. The bartender slid a milder drink toward the blonde. Thanks, Dabi. Dabi had already finished half of his drink, surprising the others around him. Midoriya, however, was not surprised. He knew Dabi could handle it. He had hoped to see Toga a bit tipsy, but it seemed that plan was not going to work out. So, when are you flying back to Japan? I guess tomorrow. Wait a minute. Why are you two calling him Deku? He's anything but useless. Roxy finally caught on to what they were saying. I think that's Kachin's influence. Hey, sorry I'm late, baby. Your father made it difficult to leave. I decided to take a nap, but it turned into a long sleep. Eventually, I received a call for a special request. I noticed that you were back, and I knew you'd be here for Elite Night. It's good to see you again, Vixen. I'm glad you're getting requested now, I said, feeling a sense of relief at our reunion. Midoriya seemed to forget about the others around us. Did he say baby? Is my sweet Deku taken? Toga's tone was sharp, revealing her discontent with the newcomer. More like they are flirt buddies. They flirt and sometimes do a little more, but they never made it official. If they did, Vixen would be a prime target to hold against him. So, explain the Deku thing, one of the others chimed in. That's what everyone in Japan calls him. That's his hero name, Dabi explained, shrugging slightly. That's stupid, but if that's what he wanted, that's what he gets, another added, as they watched Vixen pull Midoriya closer. The room was filled with excitement as Rex cheered, Yeah, Zuzu, get it. The gang whistled in approval, while Izuku, feeling confident, playfully kissed Vixen, asserting his affection. That's not Deku. That's someone completely different, Toga remarked, observing the scene. I think our Deku left himself in Japan. More like Japan stole away Midoriya, Roxy added, signaling the bartender for another drink, preparing herself for the extended stay of the two. 3 days passed, during which Midoriya and Vixen enjoyed their time together. They caught up on old memories, and Izuku spoke with his father about possibly taking on a mission while he was in town. However, he needed to undergo a physical assessment first, a standard procedure despite everyone knowing he was in good shape. When are you taking the assessment? Vixen inquired. Let's do it next week. I just want to have some fun right now, Izuku replied. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Vixen, who was near the door, opened it. Hey Zu? Were you expecting company? No. Why? Izuku responded. Because a blast from the past showed up. You know Kacchin. Kacchin? Izuku peeked over Vixen's shoulder, surprised. What are you doing here on your break? I figured you'd go rock climbing with Kiri. We need to talk about those letters, Kacchin said, a serious tone in his voice. Izuku understood immediately what he meant. Let him through, Vixen. Tell Rex to call the others and let them know I'm too busy to meet up. Yes, sweetie. If he hurts you, tell me. He's on our turf now, so I don't need special permission, Vixen warned, her protective instincts kicking in. Calm down, Vixen. I'm not here to hurt him, Kacchin reassured her. Aizawa was right when he said you are protective over your boss's son, said a voice. Aizawa? Oh, you mean Eraserhead. Man, that guy was fun to work with. You all are lucky to have him as a teacher. I'm surprised he told you about me, replied another. You didn't tell me you knew him. When did he mention he knew Vixie? A few nights ago. You know when the League told you they were targeting our teacher. Izuku was shocked. How did Kacchin know that? Some idiot was live streaming because you apparently looked angry, and he wanted to get the fight on camera. Of course, he was drunk, so we heard a lot more. Now I don't know why someone that foolish is part of the Ravens or why you felt the need to hide the whole Raven thing from me, but now the class knows. And thanks to Vixie over here, Aizawa knew before you even started at UA. What did you tell Aizawa? Nothing. He overheard you telling Deku's father that I was pushing him around and you didn't understand why the twerp wouldn't fight back or just take me down. Nervous laughter escaped from Vixen. Whatever. That doesn't matter. What matters is that now the class is terrified of you, and it's really bothering me. You flew all the way here to tell me that you're upset. Not just that. I want to train here until break is over. Follow me. We'll ask Dad. Wait. The two stopped and looked at Vixen. Do you really want him going to see your dad looking like that? What's wrong with his look? His hair is fine. A lot like how Turnips looked. His clothes fit him well, not too baggy but not tight. His shoes don't have holes either. He looks a little tired, but he did just fly over here. That shirt has a hole, and those jeans are worn out. Take him to see Hugo. The shirt has a hole because I used my quirk earlier. Part of the explosion hit my shirt and caused it to burn. The jeans are made to look worn out. I'll take my chances, Vixen. In the office, a voice spoke up. I was wondering when you'd come to us, Katsuki. You're strong, very strong. You've earned the admiration of my son. Enough so that he let you push him around and held back in a fight with you just to keep you safe. Considering all of that, I was hoping you'd show up at my door. So does that mean you'll let me train here until my break is over? Of course. And if you impress me, I may think about giving you. Dad, be careful. He's a time bomb and doesn't like to follow orders. It's ultimately my decision in the end, Aizu. If I decide to go down that road, I will. Now, I don't want to do anything that may upset you, but at least trust my judgment. Bakugo had no idea what they were talking about, but he could tell it was angering Izuku. Fine. Just think carefully about it. Come on, Kacchin. We need to get you physically assessed so they know where you're at now and where you end up. Thank you, sir. Kacchin followed Izuku out of the office. Izuku was upset that his father was even considering what he was considering. It wasn't his place to speak up in that area. Rex, is Dixie here today? Thinking about going onto the field already? Oh, a newcomer. Yeah, I think she's in Area C fighting with Roxy. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? You know I love watching them fight. Izuku smacked the back of Rex's head. I was going to tell you, but Slim told me you were talking to Dad with Vixen. Then when I saw Vixen and asked where you were, he told me you went to talk to Dad again. Whatever. Come on, Kachin. You'll want to see this. Again, the blonde followed the teen assassin. Izuku was listing all of the rules to Bakugo. Have your phone on vibrate when training, no running in the main house, be in by midnight, look respectable, and since he was visiting, no talking unless spoken to. What would I have to do to get my hair done? Lucy only cuts the hair of members of the Raven. A scream of pain could be heard outside. Bakugo moved to run, but Izuku grabbed his arm. That's just Roxy trying to make Dixie think she got hurt. When Roxy is really in pain, she says every curse word under the sun and threatens the attackers' families. Hey cutie, what are you doing with the blonde? Dixie noticed them and got distracted. She rarely saw fresh faces. Roxy took the opportunity to attack and ended up pinning Dixie down. Said, I was hoping for a show. Dixie, this is Katsuki Bakugo. He is going to train here for a bit, so he needs to be evaluated. Don't call me that, Deku. It sounds weird when you say that. So this is Kachin. How did he get by without getting hurt? Roxy asked. He was with me, Well, Dixie, you know what to do. Dixie eyed the blonde and liked her lips. I'm going to have so much fun breaking you. Bakugo was beginning to feel uncomfortable, but he wasn't going to let that interfere with his training. Over the course of 4 hours, Bakugo was put through several different tests to gauge his skill. Izuku stayed to watch. He wanted to see Bakugo take the same tests he had to take to go on missions. How did I do? Bakugo had just run the agility course, the last test, and was out of breath. Not only had he been doing these while tired, but he was putting his all into each test. When he asked how he did, he didn't mean his score, and Dixie knew it. He wanted to know how he ranked against Deku's last test. Let's see. She clicked her tongue and compared the scores. Your overall score was 71.2, his last score was 83. Actually, for someone who wasn't raised as an assassin, you did pretty well. I guess that's because you've been training at a hero school. Your weakest area is the firearm test. Nice work, Kachin. I didn't get into the 70s until I was 8. That's mainly because I didn't start focusing until then. Do you want to take your exam today, cutie? No thanks. I was going to introduce Kachin to the gang and then show him his room. I'll see you next week for my test. I'll take these scores to the big boss. Enjoy your stay, Bakugo, Izuku said as he led the way. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to his friends, asking them to meet in his room. The replies came in quickly, all variations of, see you there. I don't see why you even stay in Japan if you have all of this here, Bakugo remarked. Safety reasons. A lot of people would love to have my head on a silver platter. Here we go. Izuku opened the door to his room. What's up, everyone? Hey, Izuku. I see you have a guest, Slim said, perched on top of Izuku's bookshelf. Who is it? Is it that guy with the electricity quirk? I want to see if he can power the toaster ray. Hugo, how many times do I have to tell you that you can't use Denki as a weapon? Anyway, I'm surprised Vixen hasn't told you that Kachin is visiting. He has permission from Dad to stay and train until his break is over. Oh, Sparky is here. Let's compare booms. Bomber exclaimed. What did he just call me? Bakugo asked, raising an eyebrow. You can't accurately compare when his is a quirk and yours is an actual bomb, Lucy pointed out. Anyway, isn't he supposed to? I don't know, be angry all the time? He's tired. He just got off a flight not too long ago, and then Dixie had a go at him. Oh, you poor baby. Well, I don't think Bubba is going to be any nicer tomorrow. According to Dad, he is scheduled to train with brother Andrew. In their casual moments, the group referred to Izuku's father as Dad. How bad is that? Bakugo inquired, sensing the shift in the room's atmosphere. Take Aizawa on a bad day and triple it. Great. Yeah, take me to my room. I won't be able to put up with that unless I get plenty of sleep. What? It's only 6. Rex protested, clearly a night owl. Come on, Kachin. Your room's not too far from here. I'll have Hugo wake you up at 8 so you can eat and change before training. You guys need to be nice to him while he stays here. If not, my dad will get angry. The next day, Bakugo stood in front of brother Andrew, who wore the Raven training uniform and had a stern expression. He didn't like being woken up on a good day, and today he felt sore and tired. So you got special permission to train with me, did you? Think that makes you pretty special, huh? Just because you know the boss's son doesn't mean you have what it takes to make it here. I don't know what you did to convince my boss that you're worthy to train when you're not even a Raven, but I will make sure you get sent home before you even make it halfway through the week. Meanwhile, at UA, the teachers were discussing where their students chose to go for the break. Let's see. Some went to a camp that hosts a rock climbing tournament. A few went to Yayarosa's beach house. Bakugo went to visit Midoriya in America. Tokoimi. Wait, did you just say Bakugo flew to America to visit Midoriya? My guest, surprised. Yeah. He mentioned something about clearing up something from their past. If it means they'll quit fighting with each other when September comes, then I'm all for it. Really, though, I think he's jealous of the special training Midoriya gets there. But by our stats, Bakugo is way higher on the physical abilities scale than Midoriya. How much do you guys actually know about Izuku Midoriya? Where's the alcohol? Bakugo suddenly asked, opening the door. First drawer on the left side, Izuku replied, trying to suppress his laughter. Bakugo grabbed a drink and remarked, "Sweet angle. I'll never doubt your abilities again." So what did you say to him? Izuku asked. Oh, I told him to back off. This is my knife, and if he wants it, he'll have to rip it out of my hands. Then he attacked me. Poor guy didn't know who I was. Japan is crazy, man, Rex laughed, munching on a nugget. What is that? Bakugo asked, finishing his drink and reaching for another. A sandwich. You want one? Izuku offered, tossing a McChicken to him. This is delicious. Almost makes up for that guy kicking me in the rib. You did tell him off, didn't you? Both Izuku and Rex asked at the same time. So what if I did? He was being annoying. We won't tell him you said that. We want to save your skin, Rex replied knowingly. Come join us, Kacchin. Rex has been dying to talk to you for the longest time. Bakugo shrugged and sat on the bed, stealing a box of fries and signaling for Rex to start talking. Meanwhile, Vixen watched from a distance, feeling frustrated. Ever since that annoying blonde arrived, it had been all about Kacchin. Now he was even taking up her cuddle time. Izuku had shared food with him too. It had taken so long to get him to share with her. They were laughing. What could possibly be so funny? That was it. It was time for her to join the conversation. And that's when I told him to back off because I'm not joining them. The guy thought I'd just go along with it, she said as she approached. You have no idea the trouble we went through to get him back. We broke so many rules. First, we left without telling anyone, sought out the league, used our quirks without permission, and basically had to fly just to reach him without getting caught. And yet, after all that, this guy had the audacity to fight me. We ended up on house arrest. And I wasn't allowed to see you when I went to Japan, Izuku added, finally noticing Vixen. Vixen, come on. Join us, they called out. Kacchin was recounting the story of how the League had once taken him captive to recruit him. Rex listened intently, intrigued. Is that so? That sounds interesting. What was the place like? Was it cold and dark? Or was the heat so unbearable that it felt like you were in the middle of a desert? Were you blindfolded? Were you chained to a wall? Or perhaps seated in a chair with a gun pointed at you? Actually, I was chained to a chair in the middle of the floor until a little after I woke up, Kacchin replied. Amateurs, Rex scoffed. Vixen, why are you being so rude? He was being recruited, not held for ransom, Izuku interjected, sensing the tension. Kacchin felt a surge of annoyance at Izuku's defense of Rex. Why was Izuku acting like he was the outsider here? I'm not being rude, Rex insisted. Don't worry about it. I need to go to bed anyway. I'll see you tomorrow, Kacchin said, eager to have some quiet time. Are you sure, Kacchin? Even by your standards, this is early, Izuku remarked. Yeah, I'm sure. I was still a little tired today, so I need to sleep off the extra jet lag. Okay, sleep well. If you need anything, call the number I gave you, and Hyuga will be there to help. Kachin couldn't believe Izuku had given Rex a butler. What made him so special? Finding a spot close enough to hear Izuku's voice but far enough to remain unseen, Kachin listened as Rex spoke again. "Jealousy doesn't suit you, Vixen," Rex commented, picking up on the tension. "What the hell, Rex? I'm not jealous of Kachin," Kachin retorted, feeling defensive. "Why would he be jealous of Kachin?" Rex asked, sounding incredulous. "Think about it, Izuku. Usually, when you're here, you're with Vixen or the gang. Now that Bakugo is here, you've spent most of your time with him. The only reason he doesn't get jealous when you're with the gang is that he knows no one can steal you away, since most of us are either taken or not interested in guys. With Bakugo, though, the only memory he has of you in Japan is you looking up at him with wonder and care in your eyes. So, he thinks Bakugo is going to steal you away." Kachin could hear Izuku laugh softly. "I'm sorry. I've just never had anyone get jealous over me before. So this is what it feels like," Izuku said, amusement in his voice. "You know as well as I do that I can't be with anyone right now. Not until I get strong enough to beat my dad. By then, you'll probably have found someone better than me to be with, Vixen. Kachin will likely have found someone who makes him less murderous too. Rex here will have married Lucy. Roxy and Dixie will have realized that their fighting is due to their feelings for each other. And me? I'll have most likely changed." Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking, followed by the sound of someone crying. Kachin decided it was time to leave. This moment belonged to them. As he walked past Izuku's room to head to training, Vixen emerged, giving Kachin a half-hearted smirk. He seemed to be trying to provoke Kachin, but it was clear that Izuku's words were still weighing on his mind. When he received no reaction, Vixen sighed and walked away. "I know you heard. Don't feel too bad for him. He knew the consequences of getting too attached," Vixen remarked. "Do you have to sound bored?" Kachin replied. "This is my morning voice. I can't help how it sounds. I haven't had my breakfast yet, so I'm going to sound grumpy. That's why I rarely talked in the mornings at school. Still, I feel bad. Maybe if I hadn't shown up, he could have been happy a little longer." "Who are you and what have you done with Kachin?" "The Kachin I know wouldn't feel bad for showing up anywhere. I'm going to feel bad if I made someone like Vixen regret life. He'll be back to the Vixen you met earlier tomorrow. He's just going to have a wild day today and find someone to have fun with. Tomorrow, he'll be back with the gang making bad decisions with us." "That sounds rough. You're late. Let me go with you to tell Brother Andrew that I kept you waiting. I don't want him to find another reason to hate you." They entered the training room, where Brother Andrew was tapping his foot in annoyance. When the door closed, he looked up. "You're late." "Yeah, sorry Andy. That's my fault. I was talking to him in the hall." "Young Imsar Midoriya, you know the rules for making someone late to my class." "Yeah, and I'm fully prepared to take the punishment," Izuku replied confidently. "And does he know the rule for being late?" "Kachin, you have to do 500 push-ups. It would have been 1,000 if I hadn't held you up." Kachin was about to comment on how easy that sounded, but then Izuku continued. "You will be doing them with Brother Andrew sitting on your back holding a cup filled to the brim with water. Every time there is a drop spilled, he adds 2 more. My record is 1,522. "And what's your punishment?" Kachin asked, noticing the chains hanging from the ceiling. "I am to be chained up while you do your push-ups," Brother Andrew said with a grin. "Why did you tell him, Deku? I could have just taken the punishment myself." Rule 22. All wrongdoings must be reported and your punishment served. So far, this kid has received 32 from me, 16 from Cassie, and 28 from Link. That's 76 punishments in his life, and he's completed them all without complaining. He's about to finish 77, and this will be your first. So exciting. Kachin couldn't believe how many rules Izuku had broken. He had always been the one to follow them closely. "Come on, Andrew," Kachin said, ready to face the challenge ahead. "Chain me up and sit on Kachin," Deku said. "Don't say it like that, Deku. Seriously." I was either going to face trouble from Andrew or from Deku, who clearly didn't understand the situation. As Deku was being secured to the ceiling, a woman with black hair entered, glancing at a clipboard. "Hey, Brother Andrew, the boss wants to. I'll inform him that you'll be a while. It seemed that punishment came before any discussions with the boss. I made a mental note of that. Okay, Blondie, get ready. My water should be here any second. Hey, Andy, these two saw the water and wanted to watch. I hope it's okay that they followed. It's quite alright. Blondie, push-up position. Hey Zizu, how's it going? The air is nice up here. He seemed completely unfazed by the situation. Rex told us about last night. Are you okay? The woman, who I assumed was Hugo, asked. I'll be fine. Has anyone figured out why Pudgy has been missing? I haven't seen any reports on his absence, but he still hasn't returned from McDonald's with my food. Yeah, the cameras showed he was taken by the scorpions. I thought we told you that. How is this the right time to discuss a kidnapping? You're at 50, and you dropped some, so that's 502. You've got this, Kachin. Shut your mouth, Deku. Why do you let him talk to you like that? If it were anyone else, they'd be in serious trouble. Had he really harmed someone over that? I know Kachin doesn't mean it in a bad way. So, does anyone want to throw jelly beans into my mouth? Is that even allowed? I'll consider it aiming practice. Just clean up your mess. Brother Andrew was allowing them to play while I struggled. 105 out of 504. Great, I dropped more water. Cool down, boy. You're going to set off your quirk, and then you'll have to start all over with 50 added. I didn't want to start over, but this guy was really getting on my nerves. I will be king and you will be queen. Though nothing will drive them away, we can beat them, just for one day. We can be heroes just for one day. I couldn't help but smirk. The idiot remembered the song. Why is he singing? Abby asked. Look, he's calming down. And you can be mean, and I'll drink all the time. 'Cause we're lovers and that is a fact. Yes, we're lovers and that is that. Though nothing will keep us together, we could steal time just for one day. We can be heroes forever and ever. Let's go blow stuff up with the bomber. Kaminari sat on a rock, looking out at the climbing wall. He wondered how everyone who wasn't here was doing. Rock climbing was fun, but he craved a different kind of excitement. Kirishima and Mina seemed to think this place was the best in the world. His thoughts drifted to Midoriya and his friends. They always seemed to have a blast, going out and partying at night and sparring during the day. Just then, a notification pinged on his phone. Speak of the devil, he muttered, clicking on the video link. Midoriya was singing, and Kaminari was taken aback by how well he could carry a tune. But why was he chained to the ceiling? Why is he singing? He asked, puzzled. Shoo, look, he's calming down, Mina whispered, her eyes glued to the screen. The camera shifted, revealing an older guy sitting on a blonde guy who was doing push-ups. The blonde looked oddly familiar. As he lifted his head slightly, Kaminari's mind raced. Oh. Everyone come here, he called out. Mina and Kirishima rushed over, while Tokoyami and Tsu entered more slowly. Bakugo is in America right now. He said he was going to Tokyo. Why would he be in America? Mina questioned. He didn't want us to know he was visiting Midoriya. Look. Kaminari held his phone up for everyone to see. They all commented on Midoriya's singing, and soon another voice joined in to sing backup. The camera panned to show Bakugo actually smiling while singing along. How is this possible? Bakugo would never smile and sing with Midoriya. And what's going on over there? Midoriya is in chains, and Bakugo has someone sitting on him, Kirishima wondered aloud. I don't know. Let me shoot them a message, Kaminari said, typing quickly. It was the middle of the day there, so Midoriya might be busy, or still chained up, who knows? I can't believe Bakugo lied to us, Mina whined. He probably thought we would beg to go see Midoriya, Tsu said matter-of-factly. Of course, I would have dropped rock climbing if I knew we could visit Midoriya, Kaminari admitted. Kirishima, Bakugo, and Kaminari had all taken Midoriya's departure hard. Bakugo had barely left his room, and the one time Kirishima got him to come out, he learned that Midoriya was an assassin. Since then, things had only gotten worse. The only people Bakugo would talk to were Kaminari and Kirishima, as they were all feeling down. I don't think any amount of begging would have worked. He must have gotten special permission from Mr. Aizawa to go, Tokoyami suggested. Well, in any case, he looks happy to be with Midoriya again. I thought he hated him, Mina remarked. He doesn't hate him. He considers him a rival, and learning that Midoriya was stronger than he thought made him want to challenge him even more, Kaminari explained. Just then, another message came through. Boom collision. Of course you idiots would find out I'm here. Don't bother coming over. I'm only here to train. Me, what kind of training involves Midoriya being chained up? Boom collision. Listen, there are strict rules here, and he broke them. It's as simple as that. Now I'm going to go deal with Rex for posting that video. Midoriya was chained for breaking rules, Bakugo is there to train, and Predaboy's name is Rex, Kaminari summarized. What kind of place chains up a child for breaking the rules? Mina was shocked. The kind of place that raises assassins, Tokoyami explained. We're on break. Why is he training? So you asked. He doesn't want to fall behind. He won't rest until he's better than Midoriya, but he has years of training to catch up on, Kaminari replied. Let's help him when he gets back, Kami. It may make the upcoming months easier if we help him train, Kirishima suggested. I'd join, but he only wants to talk to you too when he's here, Mina pouted. From the look of excitement he had, I think he may talk to a few more when he gets back, Kirishima reassured her. It was the last day Bakugo could stay. The schedule included an assessment of his improvement. Dixie was practically bouncing with joy, especially since both Bakugo and Midoriya were running through the test. Last night, Bakugo had been hanging out with the gang, celebrating surviving his last day with brother Andrew. Tomorrow's your last day here, right? He asked. Yeah. That means I have to get assessed again tomorrow, right? Midoriya replied. Yep. Dixie is going to be so excited, Bakugo said, glancing over at Roxy, who was playing a knife. Game with Rex at the round table. Deku, do it with me, Bakugo said suddenly. Everyone gasped, knowing he didn't mean it in a bad way, but their minds still wandered. Not like that, you idiots. I meant run the test with me. Midoriya had learned that when Bakugo called them idiots, it was his way of acknowledging them, while calling them extras was an insult. I already scheduled myself to run it Wednesday, Kachin, Midoriya replied. Come on, I want to see how far ahead you are. This isn't UA, so you don't have to hide. I don't have an accurate way to compare myself, Bakugo insisted. Ah, Kachin, Midoriya said, a hint of affection in his voice. Was that sweet? I can't tell, Slim, who was hanging upside down from the rafters, shouted down. Fine, I'll do it, Midoriya finally agreed. Now, Dixie approached them, her face lighting up. My babies are here. She skipped over and planted a kiss on both their cheeks. Good to see you too, Dixie, Midoriya said, brushing off the gesture, while Bakugo looked mortified. Come on, we're going to do the firearms test first. I want to see how well Katsuki improved, she said, leading them to the firearms section. Begin in 3, 2, 1. 4 hours later, both boys completed the test. Bakugo knew he had lost to Midoriya, but he wasn't sure by how much. He felt less winded than the last time he took the test, and even Midoriya was a bit out of breath, indicating the test was challenging for the assassins. 79.9. In the course of a week, you improved that much. Dixie exclaimed. Great job, Kachin. If you were an actual Raven, you would be given permission to go on a mission, Midoriya congratulated him. You have to score at least a 75 to go, the instructor said. I don't care about that. I want to know what Deku got, Bakugo replied, his eyes narrowing in curiosity. Well, it was expected that you wouldn't raise too much more. It's hard to get out of the 80s. He scored 85. But you now have permission to request a mission, young MSTR. I'm catching up. That's great. Izuku exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Am I still lacking in? Bakugo hesitated. Tech? But with the missions you go on, it doesn't affect you too much. Plus, you almost always have Gizzy with you on them. I need to be at least in the 90s to challenge my father. I need to get better. Much better. You needn't stress too much about that. You're only 16, Aizu. Dad formed this company and I want to be able to at least challenge him before I'm 18. Bakugo was taken aback. This is one of the main reasons I took the break. I needed to be able to train without limits. You still have limits, Deku. Limits set by your body. Then I'll push past them. The determination in Izuku's eyes made it clear he would do anything to grow stronger. Don't push yourself too hard, Deku. You could end up hurting your body more than helping it, just like when you first got that quirk. You worry too much. I don't want my greatest rival to end up in the hospital or worse. Dixie watched the two boys, a smirk on her face. She understood the dynamics but chose not to intervene. Take these to the boss. He wanted to speak with you too about something after your test. The boys took the charts she handed them and left. I wonder what your father wants to talk about, Bakugo mused. I have an idea. With the numbers you got, there is no doubt in my mind that he is going to suggest something. In the office, Izuku's father reviewed the scores and handed a folder to Izuku. Izuku thanked him and flipped through it, smiling as he read. Now on to the spiky blonde one. I had the honor of having this made. He tossed a box to Bakugo, who caught it, looking confused. Open it, Kachin, Izuku encouraged, knowing what was inside. His father smiled as Bakugo opened the box. A necklace? No offense, but I'm not a jewelry type of guy. You idiot. That means you're going to be watched to see if you're good enough to be a full-time Raven. Dad has been wanting to give that to you since the sports festival. Why would he want me? You're strong. These scores are excellent. You're smart. Well, smart when it comes to decision-making. And Izuku seems to think you're amazing. In 2 months, you're coming back here for my final decision. I've already talked to Nezu about it. So you mean to tell me that I'm a temporary Raven until 2 months from now when you decide to make me a full Raven or drop me? The boss nodded. I only came here to train over break. I never expected to get viewed for the organization. The words are thank you, Kachin. Izuku took the necklace and put it on his friend. The necklace had a feather with the number 304T on it. He doesn't have to thank me. If he did, I would wonder what's going through his head. Now, Katsuki, you will need to follow this schedule after classes to keep your body in shape. In 2 months, you will be taking the same test. Izuku, you know what you have to do. You also get to pick your team. Choose wisely. You need to be discreet. Lucy will help you there. As you see, you have the tickets in the file. 3? Does that mean me and 2 choices or? You and 1. Izuku nodded. Lodging. The estate. Rules. Same as always. I'll have said check-in on a regular basis too. So don't do anything I wouldn't do. Your schedule is in the file. Should I be hearing this? Don't worry, Kachin. If I was talking about something you shouldn't know about, we would use code or kick you out of the room. Also, I don't think we've said anything revealing. I'll go tell Rex to pack his things. You should too, Kachin. Yes, go pack your things, boys. I'll see you both soon. Nice. My first mission out of the States. What should I take? What's the weather like there? Should I cover my tattoos? Is this hairstyle good enough or do I need to change it? Rex was excited to be chosen. Izuku laughed. Pack section F and come with me to see Lucy. We need to change your look a bit. There's no saving mine, but I don't really care. Meet me at Lucy's. Izuku left the excited boy to go pack his bags. Meanwhile, Bakugo examined the necklace he had been given, feeling uncertain. He didn't want to be an assassin, but the training could come in handy. It would be rude to flat out refuse. Kachin, have you packed yet? What's wrong? What happens if I get out as a full-time Raven? Well, when you're in America, you get all of the perks. You can request missions if you want, and if you have a certain level of credit, you may even be recommended or selected by others for certain missions. While you're in Japan, you aren't bothered except for the bi-monthly check-ins or if they need you to do something since you're already there. I also think my father will have you send regular updates on me when I go back to UA. So I don't get sent on missions unless I request them or I am recommended? Correct, but there is always the chance someone will request you personally. Like a few months ago, the police requested to use Vixen again since they had experience with him. And these perks you mentioned, what are they? Well, Entry to certain places for free, Lucy will do your hair for a small fee, certain firearms are allowed to be used, and the company insurance covers you. Izuku listed what he could think of at that moment but knew there was more. You don't have to worry about this, Kachin. If in 2 months' time you don't want to join, you can always tell Dad. He will understand and won't hold it against you. You will. Just have to promise never to tell anyone about what you've seen here, and then you can leave. I just wanted to know what my chances are. I don't think your father accepts just anyone. He doesn't. Now pack up. The plane leaves soon. Okay, I will. One more question. If I do make it in, do I have to follow every order you give me? Izuku smirked. If I give you a direct order, then yes. But any order I give can be overruled by my father. Actually, with that necklace, I could give you an order right now, and you would have to follow it. Bakugo glanced at the necklace, a frown on his face. One thing Dad forgot to mention. It's best to keep it hidden unless a fellow Raven tells you to show it. Keep it on you at all times when you're out. Anything else I need to know before I leave this place? He seemed genuinely concerned about the necklace. Not that I can think of. Now leave me to pack, you nerd. The boys all boarded the same flight, which confused Bakugo. He was about to ask why, but he noticed that as soon as they took their seats, their demeanor shifted. Izuku handed Bakugo the ticket that the Ravens had paid for. We have seats next to each other since we're going to the same place. Right now, Rex and I are on a job. But don't think you can't talk to us. It's actually better if you do, or the flight will be boring. Okay, I get that, but this ticket is first class. Why are we flying first class? Dad loves me. Free drinks for me. You're technically a minor. Will they let us drink? Remember those perks we talked about earlier? Oh. First class will be boarding now. The 3 teens and a few well-dressed passengers stood up to present their tickets to the attendant. Hey Rex, Mr. Sanders is heading to Japan too. You think he's? No doubt he is. This is our chance, Aizu. Not on the plane though. Give him the signal, and then we'll schedule the time. Bakugo was puzzled, but he trusted that Midoriya wouldn't share any information he shouldn't hear. 3 kids flying first class? Are your parents here? The attendant asked. Izuku. The lady looked shocked. My apologies. Have a nice flight. Rex always enjoyed watching Izuku use his name in situations like this. Whenever they flew somewhere, Izuku's father would call ahead to ensure that Izuku got on without any questions. The staff always seemed flustered. As they settled into their seats, the wealthy passengers around them whispered and pointed. A boy with piercings and tattoos, another who looked ready for a fight, and then a smaller one with an air of importance drew their attention. Deku, they're whispering and pointing. Let them. It doesn't matter. In an hour, they'll forget about us. They sat down, and Rex immediately took out his phone to inform their boss that they were on board. They spent most of their 15-hour flight taking turns sleeping. Whoever was awake kept an eye on the one who was asleep, ensuring that no one unsatisfactory approached. During one of Bakugo's naps, Rex got up to use the restroom. He accidentally bumped into Mr. Sanders, apologizing as he discreetly signaled that he wanted to talk soon. Sanders understood and handed Rex a note with an address and date while accepting the apology. Good work. If I hadn't known what was happening, I would have thought it was just a simple accident, Izuku whispered to his friend when he returned. You really think so? It was my first time doing something like that, Rex admitted. Would I lie to you? You're going to be working under me soon, so why would I lie about your progress? We will be arriving in 2 hours, the attendant announced. So when are you going to tell him? He'll catch on. Catch on? Sounds like Kachin. Rex, go to sleep before the stupidity of that sentence hits you. Yes, boss. Izuku spent the remaining 2 hours watching over his friends. When they landed, Izuku made sure Rex didn't wake the sleeping Bakugo. He lifted him onto his shoulders, getting in a little extra training while keeping the hothead calm. When the hired driver saw this, he opened the back door so Izuku could place his friend in the back seat. Take us to UA so I can get him to his bed. Yes, young emissary Midoriya. It was currently 6:10 a.m., and in America, it would be 9:10 p.m., so naturally, Bakugo would be asleep. We have arrived, sir. The driver announced at 6:29 a.m. Rex, you have to stay here since you don't have a UA card. I'll be back after I get him to his room. His alarm will wake him in half an hour. Don't get caught by your classmates. Ida and Todoroki will be up. As long as Ida doesn't yell, I'll be fine. Izuku pulled Bakugo out of the car, ensuring they had their cards. Be back in a few. Izuku carried Bakugo through the gate successfully. He noticed the little bot that monitored the entrance flash its light, informing the teacher that students were out. Well, there went the chance of not informing Aizawa that he was here. When he reached the dorms, he adjusted Bakugo so he could use one arm to open the door. Just as he was about to do so, a voice spoke behind him. Need some help? I almost had the door open. What are you doing here, problem child? Getting Kachin in bed. After that, I'm away from UA for a while. I'll take him off your hands. I'm sure you're not in Japan for fun. Aizawa lifted the sleeping boy off Izuku's back. You would be correct. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa. Make sure he gets plenty of sleep. This last week was difficult. I figured. Now go before I force you to attend a special lesson. Yes, sir. Aizawa watched as the problematic child hurried away. After that, Aizawa used his foot to open the door to Class A's dorm building. He carried the student through the door, and two heads popped up to see what was happening. They did not expect to see their teacher, who often slept more than taught, carrying a sleeping student through the building. They watched him carry the boy up the stairs. 10 minutes later, he returned empty-handed. Make sure no one wakes him. He's had a tough break. I turned off his alarm clock so he can sleep in and adjust to the time zone. Will you make sure the others leave him alone? The students nodded, and Aizawa left the building. The Midoriya estate in Japan was the third largest property owned by Hisashi Midoriya. This was where the Ravens stayed when sent over for work. Currently, only Izuku and Rex were there, as everyone else was in America, except for Sed, who stayed in the servants' quarters. Their mission was straightforward. Attend the annual Assassins meeting in Hisashi's place and keep an eye on Katsuki. They were to send weekly emails reporting if he had disclosed any information about the Ravens and whether he was keeping up with his schedule. Of course, they planned to start monitoring things after the meeting that night. They knew Katsuki wouldn't wake up so soon, right? Bakugo woke up suddenly. Where's my training suit? Oh no, if I lost it, Brother Andrew will kill me. Wait, this isn't the Midoriya place. This is my dorm. When did I get back here? I vaguely remember a plane, but that's it. Did Deku drop me off without waking me? He walked downstairs, where everyone who was back was chatting or playing games. As he entered, most of them fell silent and looked at him curiously. Hey, Baku bro, how was training with Midoriya? Rex had posted a video earlier in the week showing that Bakugo was training. I now know why he felt suppressed. Man, that was some hardcore training. He couldn't go into details, but he could tell them it was tough. That's what the boss had told him before they left. He supposed he should call him boss since he was technically a raven, albeit temporarily. It looked rough from that video. How come you never told us you could sing? Kirishima asked. An assassin can't get angry over small things. Remember that, and it will get you far. That trainer was right. Getting angry over small things wouldn't help him. Wasn't the drums enough for you all? He slumped down onto the couch. Why was the time difference so drastic? It was nearly 10 back in America, but here, if it were a school day, he would be getting ready for bed. He couldn't just ask someone to get him food either since Hugo wasn't around. Ugh, I want a burger. Get up and get it yourself, Mina said. There's not a fast food place around here. America has ruined Bakugo. He would never sink low enough to buy fast food, Siro said as he walked in. McDonald's is a gift from whatever deity is up there, Bakugo replied. Shouldn't you have been eating healthy? I mean, you were there to train, not lose yourself, Mina remarked. And I did train. Deku just made sure I had food and something to drink afterwards so I could go to bed. Let me get this straight. You trained all day only to eat whatever McDonald's is and drink right before going to bed. Mina was shocked. Well, I did hang out with. Don't mention the gang to anyone, Bakugo interrupted. He had promised Deku he wouldn't talk about them. Oh, Who'd you hang out with, bro? Hyuga. He's the person who woke me up every morning and made sure my clothes and room stayed clean and tidy. You hung out with the servants? I see hottest. So what if I did? It's not like I got to talk to anyone besides Deku, my trainer, and a few others. So you didn't get to meet Mr. Midoriya? Someone asked. Under no circumstances are you to tell anyone you met me. If you do, they'll start asking questions about me, and if any information leaks, it could be bad for the Ravens. Of course not. I was there to train, not as a special guest. Dang. So you trained and slept? That's it, someone asked. Pretty much. I've gotten stronger, though. They didn't seem interested anymore. The two kids walked into the room, and the other assassins stared at them, except for the elite, who knew who these two were. One was the future head of the Ravens, and the other was his right-hand man. Hey kids. This place is rented out for us tonight. No kids allowed, Mr. Berksley, the leader of the Scorpions, said. Sorry to inconvenience you, Mr. Berksley, but Father sent me in his place. He is a very busy man, so Rex and I are here to lighten his load a bit. If you'd like proof that we are who we say we are, you can take a look at our right hands. You'll notice a very special ring. All disputes at these meetings must be settled with words. There is a no-weapon policy because many of these men dislike each other. Mr. Berksley looked down and saw the rings. Your father sent you? I should have known he wouldn't show up himself. Mr. Midoriya never flies to Japan unless he has to settle a score. Japan is where he keeps his son safe, and going there would only bring his enemies closer. Now that the Ravens have shown up, we can begin the meeting. Oh, don't sound so professional, Frank. Call it like it is, the leader of the Moonbeam group called out. Yeah, last year we decided that this year wasn't going to be all about who killed who or numbers. This year was going to be a race to see who could take down the biggest villain in Japan first. You're kidding, right? Well, why didn't Pops just say so? This is going to be a breeze. Everyone but Rex looked at the kid, who was holding back laughter. You do know who we are talking about, right? One of the elite asked. Right now, the biggest villain that isn't locked up in Japan is Tamura Shigaraki. I've had a few run-ins with him while at school. Since I was at school and needed to blend in, I couldn't go all out. However, I managed to gather some information. The two individuals I spoke to at the club that night were two of his underlings. He has several more, and I suspect they are planning to attack my class again, which is beneficial for me. Also, he should be easy to take down for someone who has already defeated Chisaki. You're lying. The press didn't report anything about you taking him down, one of them said. Do you really think the press would reveal that a child with a provisional license took down the leader of a dangerous underground organization? Even if they knew who I was, I doubt they would. The others murmured in agreement. So when does the race begin? The first one to bring me a limb of Tamura Shigaraki wins. Keep your phones on so I can inform you when the race is over. Begin. Everyone dashed out. They had no idea where the base was or what they were doing, but Midoriya did. Come on, Rexy. There's no need to rush. I have a plan. Midoriya left the building and pulled out his phone. What the heroes didn't know was that their little assassin had the number of a villain. Hey, Scarface. I'm coming over. Make sure Krusty is awake. He hung up and Rex looked shocked. You just told him to make sure the guy is awake. He can fight back now, Rex said, astonished. Do you remember what Frank said? He said to bring back a limb. We don't have to kill him. I'm going to negotiate a deal with our man-child. They turned a corner, and Midoriya shot a text to Kurogiri. A moment later, a portal opened, and Midoriya pulled Rex through. What do you want, kid? I was about to get online and destroy Mr. Thunder 21, Dabi said. Give me a hand, Midoriya replied. Excuse me? Rex stared at Izuku as if he had grown a second head. If you don't want to die, I need to borrow one of your hands. Are you threatening me, boy? Did you pull me away from my game to threaten me? No, I'm not threatening you. Listen, a bunch of assassins have gathered in Japan tonight and decided to have a little race. We were told to bring back a limb of Tamura Shigaraki. Most interpret that as his head. Now give me a hand or die. I thought you were joking when you said the boy knows assassins, Shigaraki remarked, looking over at Dabi. Why would I joke about that? They all seem to respect him too, Dabi replied. How do I know you're not lying? Shigaraki asked, addressing Midoriya. Both Izuku and Rex held up their right hands to show their rings. Fair enough. Which hand do you want? Shigaraki asked. Left. Izuku slapped the back of Rex's head. We are not dismembering Shigi. Just give me whichever one you want. Then you can go back to your game. Shigaraki went to a box under the counter and grabbed a hand that looked very similar to his own. He removed the yellow band at the end to make it look like it was actually cut off. Here you go. Thanks. Kurogyri, can you drop us off where you picked us up? Yeah, whatever. The portal opened, and the boys stepped through. You know this is cheating, right? Rex said. Who said I actually wanted to kill him? He's fun to fight. They walked into the building and placed the hand on the table. Frank examined it and confirmed it was the hand of Tamura Shigaraki. He made a mass call and informed the assassins that the Ravens had won. Tell me how you got the hand so fast. Easy. I went to the base. Only a few were awake. I cut off his hand and jumped out the window. You take after your father. Izuku smiled as a group of angry assassins poured in. They all saw the hand on the table and looked at the smiling kid, wondering why he brought a hand instead of a head. After the meeting, the boys took the hand back, claiming they wanted to keep it as a prize to avoid raising suspicion. It took a while for Shigaraki to return. After an hour of fighting against each other, Rex and I decided to team up. Who knew that would be fun? On your right. There's a villain on your right. I semi-yelled into the mic. I'm reloading, you get it, he replied. Then a distant voice began to speak. Hey, Deku is back with your hand. Did he say Deku is delivering a hand? Why would he? Did he kill someone for this? Already? I figured it'd be later. Just give him a drink and tell him to wait. If his friend is here, he can have one as well. You would give a minor alcohol? Someone questioned. You mind your business. Wait, you know the kid? Yeah, he's my friend. I noticed a big guy up ahead. Hey, there's a big boss guy up there. You take the right, I'll take the left. Grab your rocket launcher, and we can take him out. Why do you feel like you can give me orders? Which one of us got there but kicked by the other? I was met with silence. That's what I thought. Now get up the mountain on the right. He said he can't stay for long. He has something to do tomorrow, and he's already tired from the flight over here. The voice returned. Okay, let me just help this guy take down the boss, and I'll be out there in a minute. Now leave me alone, Dabi. I froze. Am I playing with Shigaraki? If so, why is Midoriya visiting him? So, Dabi, haven't heard that name in a while. Oh. I won't rat you out. Just tell me why Midoriya is at the base. He's returning one of my many hands. He had to borrow it for something. So he's in Japan? Obviously. Are you in position? Yes. You. Of course. We fire on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. We both fired and the boss was defeated. Go get your hand back while I loot the body. Tell him Cammy said hi. You're a UA student? Well, this is quite a weird turn of events. Hand. I heard him put his headset down, and the door to his room opened and closed. At the base, Shigaraki reached out his hand for the hand. Izuku handed it over and placed it in Shigaraki's outstretched hand. By the way, your friend Cammy said hi. When did you talk to Kaminari? That's who I've been playing with apparently. He said he won't say anything. That's good, but now he knows I'm in Japan. If he slips up, the rest of the class will know. Let me talk to him really quick. Back to Cammy, I picked up my sandwich and took a bite. Hey Cammy. Hey bro, been a while. How's life been treating ya? Having fun? I heard him let out a small laugh. It's been great. Listen, buddy, I need you to keep the fact that I'm in Japan a secret for a bit. Only a few people know I'm here. That's the reason I didn't go into the dorms when I dropped Bakugo off. I am here for a very important mission. I'm leaving soon though. Okay, I won't let anyone know. Your secret is safe with me. Thanks, buddy. You and Shigi can play now. I'm going back to the house. Don't stay up too much later though. Have fun. I know I will. Bye. So he's not here for fun? That's good to know. I wonder what the mission is for. 'Kay, I'm back. How about we get to the gate tonight? Then tomorrow we can liberate the castle. Sounds like a plan. Let's do this. I know why you are here. You can go ahead. Your partner can as well. Don't worry, they are all in class as we speak. Thank you, Principal Nezu. On it, boss. Rex grabbed the box from the car. Nezu had met them at the car with a visitor pass so Rex could pass through the gate. Izuku led the boy through the campus with his own box. They made it to the dorms and Izuku opened the door. He told Rex to start working downstairs while he would get the upstairs rooms. Rex began unpacking the stuff from the box. He eyed the common room and found the perfect place to set everything up. Next, he moved to the kitchen. Is this kitchen ever used? It's so clean. Even so, he hooked everything up in there too. By the time he was done, Izuku had also finished. Okay, let's call Said and see if it works. Izuku grabbed his phone and called Said. After confirming everything was right, they cleaned up all evidence that they were there. They made it halfway to the gate when they heard a voice. What are you doing here? You're not students. There was no mistaking that voice. Only one person had that voice. I'll talk with him. You go ahead and go to the car with the boxes. Oh no, you don't. You both will explain what you are doing here before I call for a teacher. Izuku sighed and turned to face the owner of the voice. Midoriya? Aren't you supposed to be in America? About that, you can't tell anyone you saw us. You know this kid? Rex had gotten on the defensive side when he was stopped. Yeah, this is Kiri. Oh. Hey Kiri. I've heard some great things about you. Listen man. Can you keep our being here a secret for me? Only Nezu knows about us coming here today, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone. He flashed his famous smile, the one that gets almost everyone to do as he says. Of course I will, man. You have a wonderful day. The red-haired boy turned around and left. That was close. They got back to the house and went upstairs. Everyone from the class should be getting to the dorms any minute now. They grabbed 2 sets of headphones and put them on just as Class A walked into the dorms. Training today was brutal, Mina said. Rex and Izuku saw Bakugo's face morph from holding in laughter. They cracked up. Seriously, you'd think Aizawa was trying to accommodate for our break all in one day. The only one who barely broke a sweat was Bakugo, Ciro mentioned. Everyone looked at Bakugo. What did they do to you over there? Mina asked. I'm told to keep my mouth shut. Sorry. He shrugged and walked off. Not even a goodbye. I'll tell you one thing, he was not taught manners, Todoroki said. He's going to his room. Change it to camera 4, Izuku said. Rex hit the 4 key, and it switched to Bakugo's room. Now if he begins undressing, SWG it back. We are spying, not breaking the law. Bakugo walked in. He opened the nightstand drawer, revealing a sheet of paper and a feather necklace. He pulled out the paper and looked it over. Okay, I've already done those 3 things in class, but he said after school. Do I do it again? I better go ahead and do them again to make sure I don't break the rules. He did say I would be watched, and I don't want to mess this up. He is putting in extra effort, Rex cooed. Bakugo took off his shirt, and Rex quickly changed the channel. We'll give him a minute. A minute later, he switched the channel back, and Bakugo was still shirtless but now doing sit-ups. Hey said, get some popcorn please, Rex burst out laughing. Your hungry self got excited watching him. If I knew you liked this that much, maybe I would have tried harder. You know you like Lucy more than me. Bakugo continued to do his sit-ups. Kirishima walked in at the 223 mark. Dang Bakugo. You're still working out. Are you that serious about passing Midoriya? Shut up, shitty hair. I'm trying to focus. Kirishima sat on Bakugo's bed and saw the list. This is quite the workout, man. 350 sit-ups. What are you at now? Now put that paper down. Can I work out with you? Kirishima flipped the paper over. If it'll get you to shut up, you can join in but don't overwork yourself. Stop when you get tired, Bakugo instructed, his voice steady. What are these boxes on the back for? Rex asked, curiosity piqued. So I can check off the days I did. 254, Bakugo replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Is this why you can do 500 push-ups with ease? You do 1250 every time you do this, Rex remarked, impressed. I thought you were going to be quiet? Bakugo shot back. Sorry. Soon, Bakugo finished his sit-ups and rolled over into a push-up position. Sit on my back, he commanded. Why? Rex was taken aback. The paper indicated 1250 push-ups, but nothing about adding weight. Bakugo was pushing his limits. Because I said so. Now either you sit on my back, or I'll get Dunce face up here with Mina. Mina will sit on your back while you struggle to keep up. Geez, fine. I'll sit on your back. Rex complied, settling onto Bakugo's back as he began his push-ups. Speaking of workouts, we should make a schedule for our own. Dad will get upset if we let ourselves go, Rex suggested, reaching for some popcorn. I had said write up a schedule for us. It should be in the top drawer. It says we work out in the mornings and watch the cameras in the evenings. In between we can goof off. Simple to remember. I thought he would make it more complicated, like, at 10 you do self-studies, and then at noon you do your exercises. Dad must have told him to go easy on us. The boys watched for 2 hours as Bakugo and Kirishima worked out. Kirishima managed to keep up with some of the exercises, impressing Rex. For the ones he couldn't manage, he cheered Bakugo on. At one point, Jair entered and asked why Kirishima was cheering, only to see Bakugo exercising. What else is on the list? Kirishima inquired. That's it. You finished, man. Want me to add a check in the box with today's date? Rex asked. Yeah. Bakugo closed his eyes as they added 50 of everything to the list, and he added 25 more for himself. Hey guys, dinner is ready. Come down and eat, Kaminari announced, poking his head in and noticing Bakugo half asleep. What are we eating? Bakugo asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, I'll tell you it's not McDonald's, but it is a burger. I'm up. Rex laughed, and Izuku smiled. They switched the camera to the common area, where everyone gathered to eat. This was bound to be interesting. Bakugo sat down with his burger, and almost everyone was surprised to see him sweating. Kirishima was too. While everyone else had showered, these two were still visibly worn out. What were you two doing? Mina asked, a teasing tone in her voice. It's not what you're thinking, that's for sure, Bakugo scoffed, taking a bite of his burger and letting out a satisfied sound. Someone is happy, Uraraka laughed. Kirishima also took a bite of his burger, enjoying it. Whatever they were doing sure worked up an appetite. These burgers are not that good, Mina commented. After what we just did, you'd be hungry too. How do you do that every day, Bakugo? Rex asked. That's the first time. My load was increased. I think he's trying to kill me or something, Bakugo replied. He would struggle with our workload, Rex chuckled. Who's trying to kill you? The others leaned in, eager to know. None of your business who, Bakugo retorted. The class sighed in relief, while Kirishima knew the truth. It was Brother Andrew who was handling Bakugo's training, but if Bakugo chose not to share, they wouldn't pry. Alright, it was just a question. No need to snap at us, Kirishima said, taking another bite of his burger, unfazed by Bakugo's attitude. He's perfect, someone remarked. Okay, we get it, he's perfect, but we're out of popcorn. It's obvious he's not going to say anything, so I'm going to sleep, another added. The next day, Rex woke up to find Midoriya watching the cameras for some reason. That was unusual. The students should be getting ready for school. Nothing interesting was likely to happen. What's up, Izuku? Rex asked, rubbing his eyes. I set up an extra camera in my old dorm room just because, and Kacchan is in there now, Midoriya replied. And? Rex prompted. And he's just sitting there. He's dressed for school, eaten breakfast, and has everything ready to go to class, but he's in my room. Midoriya found it strange. Turn on the mic. Maybe he'll say something, Rex suggested. Midoriya complied. As if Bakugo sensed the attention, he began to speak. Just you wait, you DMN nerd. I'll catch up eventually, and when I do. He paused, taking a breath. Then he muttered something too low for the mic to pick up. What did he say? Rex asked, intrigued. I don't know. I don't think any sound came out, Midoriya replied, backing up the clip and increasing the volume. Again, there was no sound. Bakugo merely mouthed the words. "I guess we'll never know what he's waiting for," Rex concluded. "Boys, breakfast is ready," said announced as he walked through the door, noticing the two boys focused on the cameras. He approved of their dedication. While they ate breakfast, they wrote down a report on their first day of observing Bakugo. It noted that he completed his workout and remained silent when asked questions about the trip to America. After breakfast, they headed to the gym in the house to begin their workout. Meanwhile, Bakugo sat in class, feeling indifferent. He hated morning classes, but he knew he had to pass to graduate. Cementos made the lessons dull, and he couldn't wait for the evening classes to start. He looked forward to training and maybe even having some fun afterward. "Hey bro, class is over. You spaced out a bit," Kirishima said, motioning toward the door. It was time for lunch. After lunch, they returned to class, uncertain of who would be teaching. It could be Aizawa or All Might. If it was Aizawa, they would focus on strengthening their bodies and quirks. If it was All Might, they would learn how to handle various situations. "Good evening, class," Aizawa greeted, eliciting groans from half the students and cringes from the rest. Bakugo remained focused ahead. This was good for him. "Now, don't complain. I haven't even said what you are doing today." "Or abuse our bodies with our quirks?" Kaminari asked. "Sadly no. The teachers decided that since today is the last nice day for a while, we should all go out and have some fun. Over 100 kids running around the city barely supervised is a great idea," I replied. The rest of the class cheered. I figured if I was going to the city, I could just go to the gym. To make this easier on us, the teachers have made groups of 3 for their class. These groups must stick together. Groups can combine to make groups of 6 or 9, but you have to stay with your group. Anyway, here are the groups. Finally, I found one. Shitty Hair and Dunce Face followed me into the gym. One was excited, while the other complained. "I thought I'd get a day off," Dunce Face grumbled. "Do you have the feather?" I asked, puzzled by his question. The feather? What does he mean by that? I realized he meant that this gym was owned by the Ravens. If not, it's a big price to get in. If one of us does, can the other 2 come in? I inquired. "I mean sure, but I've never seen you 3 before, and I remember every face and feather I've seen. So I highly doubt one of you has the feather." "What does he mean by feather?" Dunce Face asked again. "Shut up, Short Circuit," I said, moving my body so they couldn't see. I pulled out the necklace. Briefly, the guy just nodded and I hit it again. "You must be strong. Not many your age get one. You 3 may pass. Come on you 2. This thing does work. But I can use an exclusive gym." We walked in and I saw some familiar faces. They all went to the house at one point that week I was there. They must be from the Japanese branch. What was he talking about, Bakugo, and how did you get one? Kirishima asked. "It doesn't matter. All that matters is you keep your mouth shut. Don't talk to anyone here but me or Shitty Hair." I glanced over at Kirishima, and I could tell he understood. As long as he kept his mouth shut. I made my way over to an empty area, not wanting to risk any of the guys coming over to talk to me or my group. If they did, it could cause a problem. I heard a familiar laugh and groaned. "You have got to be kidding me," I muttered under my breath. "What is it, Bakubro?" Kirishima asked. "They're here too." "Who?" Kaminari asked. "Just count for me. I'm going to knock it out now so later I don't have to." "Kirishima, do you want to do it with me?" "Sure." He laid down beside me, and we began the workout while Kaminari counted. When we got to 200, I noticed someone watching and smiling. Now, look what we have here," Rex said, causing us to stop it. "So that's who you were talking about," Kirishima whispered. I nodded. "Rex, I think we need to talk to Steve about letting in people without it," Midoriya said. "Indeed. Bakugo can gain access, but Kiri and Cammy shouldn't be here. It's dangerous for them. Imagine if Willis over there found out about this. Kiri and Cammy could be in serious trouble." "Bakugo, you didn't say we could be in trouble." Kaminari whispered. "Why do you think I said not to talk to anyone, you idiot? Now shut up. Kachin, get up." We're getting you guys to a proper gym for these two. At least I wasn't in trouble. We passed by the door guard. Wow, you're leaving with the boss. Are you in trouble or friends? Kachin's in trouble, but we're having a talk when I get back. The guard looked frightened. Boss? Feather? Oh my god, Bakugo did. I quickly covered his mouth. Rex laughed. No, he didn't, Cammy. He's being examined. And Kiri, I'm glad you kept your mouth shut. Well, you told me to, so why would I not listen? Wait, you knew they were here? I asked. He rubbed his neck. Don't worry, Cook. We know he won't blab. Neither will Cammy. He has kept silent for 2 days now about more than one thing too. You said it was important, Midoriya. So why would I risk that? Who else knows? I asked. Nezu and Aizawa. Plus all of the guys from that night. And the league. I face-bombed. Oh, and of course Mr. Sanders. We actually have to meet with him shortly. Said he would watch over things while we are gone. Rex and Deku's mood changed. They were about to start talking about serious stuff. Do you have the pitch prepared? Of course. I also have the cough and the wink. What about the weird hand symbol? We have to pick that up from Lucy's uncle. That's right around the corner. Should we pick that up now or? It should be wrapped so we could pick it up now. If it's not, then we run the risk of outsiders seeing it. He works in a hair salon. If it's not wrapped, outsiders would see it anyway. You're right. Okay, let's go. Did you understand what they said? Kirishima asked. Only the bits that were okay for us to hear. So I take it you successfully contacted him on the plane. Asterix. Who do you take me for, Kachin? Of course I did. Rex smirked. He did it so smoothly too. It was like. Deku demonstrated. He did nothing but run into the guy, Kaminari said. Tisich, definitely an outsider. Kachin, did you notice it? Of course I did. He went. I mimicked what Deku did. Holy CRP he did. Have you been training him while you were here, Zuzu? Not only does he qualify, he got the thing and was able to replicate the signal. To be fair, that is a pretty easy signal if you've got a keen eye, Kirishima said. You saw it too? Deku asked. Yeah, it goes like this. Kirishima demonstrated it almost perfectly, clearly thinking through each step. You're right, but you want to be able to do stuff like that flawlessly and smoothly so outsiders don't know it happened. You may have what it takes, man. Now with Kiri, I was able to follow. We walked into the barber shop, and a guy with 4 arms approached us. Zoo, it's been forever. I see Lucy got her hands on you. You must have been to America recently. Rexy, my boy, you are due for another haircut. What would Mr. Midoriya think? I can't believe you. And who are you 3? Are you new recruits? If it wasn't for the arms, I wouldn't think this man was related to Lucy. Actually, sir, this is Kachin, Kiri, and Cammy. They are classmates of mine. I'm just taking them to a gym that's safe for these 2. Only those 2? That means. Please let me play with his hair. The 2 laughed while I just backed up. Not today. Unless. Is he as good as his niece? Who do you think taught the girl? Her father only knows how to work in bars, he said. You won't make me look stupid, will you? If I did, then I would be fired. Fine. I guess it wouldn't hurt. Rex looked shocked. Don't look surprised, Rexy. He asked me when he got there what it would take to get his hair done by Lucy. While Bakugo was getting his hair done, his group watched as Rex and Midoriya went to the back room to get their package. The boy getting his hair done was a bit worried. I mean, who isn't when they get their hair done? Once it's done, it's done. This is amazing to watch, Kaminari said. It really is. Look at that precision. And how he is working on 2 areas at once. He never makes a mistake either. Can you 2 shut up? You're not helping my nerves any. Okay, McBlasty. I will end your bloodline. Okay, now that's a bit harsh. They're all done. How do you like it? He handed Bakugo a mirror to look in. Bakugo looked in the mirror, turning his head this way and that. He rubbed his hand where the cuts were. It's good. Not too different and looks nice. Not too different? Man, you lost half of your hair. What's your point? Oh, Kachin, That's a nice look for you. Just put it on my tab, buddy. Oh yeah, I have something for you boys, but we already grabbed it while you were working on Kachin. We'll be going now. I want my hair done too, Kaminari whined. Can I please play with his too? His won't be covered by us. He'll have to pay for his own. I'll pay for his, Rex said. Kaminari and Pete pleaded with puppy dog eyes. How about all three of us get a cut? Come on, Cammy. What about the gym? Deku asked. Well, I won't have enough time to finish now, so I don't see an issue. Fine. Pete cheered when Deku agreed. Kaminari sat down first. Pete got to work on his hair while Bakugo sat back and watched. Deku looked at his watch. The teachers would be rounding up the kids soon, and he wanted to be gone before he was caught with them. After what seemed like forever, they had all gotten haircuts and left the shop. They split up when they reached the part of the city where the heroes were hunting for the students. They promised not to mention being with the two boys and walked off. Hey, have you seen 3? You 3 are. When did you have time to get haircuts? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Come on. I'll drop you off where most of Class A is waiting. Aizawa began listing off who he still needed to find. Todoroki's group and Shoji's group still needed to be found. Hey Aizawa, who's these 3 good-looking men? Uraraka asked as they approached. Aizawa rolled his eyes at his student. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Bakugo stay here with them while I go find the others. They all just looked shocked at what the teacher said. Kirishima went back to black hair with red streaks in it, and Kaminari's hair looked more shocking. How did they all have time to get their hair done that well? My hairdresser alone takes 3 hours, Yaomomo said. The 3 boys just gave each other a cocky look. I didn't think you'd go back to black, Kiri, Mina said. Well, Pete said he had a good idea as long as I was willing to let him dye it. Bakugo gave Kiri a warning look when he mentioned Pete's name. They couldn't say too much. I'd sure like to meet this Pete guy. He did an excellent job. Yaomomo grabbed her phone and tried to find him on the web. I can't find him. There is no hairdresser by the name of Pete anywhere in Japan. Okay, let's get back to you. Aizawa came back with 6 kids. They all made their way back to you. Time flew for the boys. Izuku and Rex watched the cameras when needed and kept up with their other work when not. They had gotten Mr. Sanders on board with adding his famous gang as part of the Ravens as well. That was interesting. Now the boys had only 3 weeks left, and from the sounds of it, next week the school was having another festival. Hey bro, where are you going? We've got to discuss the details for the festival. You can just tell me what's been decided. I can't miss a day. Don't let me get roped into anything too stupid though. Rex went ahead and flipped the camera over to the bedroom, but Izuku flipped it back. We already know he's going to be a good boy and do his workout. He's done it every day since we've been here. I want to know what they come up with. Rex nodded at Izuku's explanation, and so they watched the students after Rex said it so they could view multiple cameras at the same time. We should get the band back together, Kaminari suggested. They'll be expecting that. Do we really want to become known as the band class? Plus, Midoriya isn't here to dance and help with our disco ball. Rex looked at Izuku. You danced? In front of people? He just nodded. So what if we get known as the band class? We were good. We sounded good too. Our performance could be something people look forward to each year, Mina said. And since we will have to learn a different song, that means different choreography. We can work around Deku not being here. What about the stage crew? We won't have someone to help Aoyama, Todoroki brought up. Put a board in the middle, and he can use his naval buffet to direct short beams of light in different directions, Momo suggested. Of course, this also all depends on Jairu too. She'll have to write another song and help us learn it. Plus, Bakugo is busy most nights, so he won't be able to practice with us much, Kirishima added. Alright. We need our drummer to practice with us, Kaminari said. Ooh, I've got it, Mina said. How about this? She began to write something quickly. I don't think he'd like that, Kirishima said with a frown. Oh, I think he would, considering he would be leading the whole thing. We already know he likes to lead. He also enjoys being dramatic and loud. He would fit this role perfectly. All we'd need to do is tell him who does what and when. Then we can practice our parts without worrying about Bakugo falling behind. He can join us when he's done with whatever he does every day. Mina seemed proud of her idea. We would need another stage crew, so whoever isn't best suited for this can join the crew. We will be building things for the show, Kirishima added. Oh, and whoever isn't needed as a stage crew member during the performance can be painted up to entertain the crowd, Kaminari suggested. I heard some people from outside the school will be allowed in this time, someone mentioned, and the class buzzed with excitement. The two boys exchanged glances and nodded. After deciding their roles, they sent Kirishima to inform Bakugo, as he seemed to be the least likely to provoke Bakugo's wrath. You want me to what? Bakugo exclaimed after finishing his workout and checking the box Kirishima mentioned. Listen, you don't have an embarrassing part to play. You get to announce everything. It's not like we'll have you dressed up and making balloon animals. So I'll be Hugh Jackman. Hugh who? Bakugo turned to Kirishima, his eyes wide with confusion. I swear you guys know nothing, he muttered before storming out of the room. Kirishima looked worried. Are they going to be okay? Rex asked, equally concerned. Just wait, Kirishima replied. Bakugo made his way to the common area, with Kirishima following closely behind. Everyone looked at Bakugo, their expressions filled with concern. If we're doing anything related to a circus, we are not going to paint ourselves to look like clowns. We are going to reenact a masterpiece, and I get to be Jackman. I want to be Zefren then, Kaminari chimed in. Whatever. We just need to get a couple of teachers to play the two fathers and some outside help to play a few kids. Kaminari nodded, seeming to understand what Bakugo was talking about. I bet Aizawa would be happy to play the part of the wife's father. He likes crushing people's spirits. And on that note, we could probably get Mike to be the lead's father, though he only appears a few times at the beginning. Okay, you go ask. I'll go to Nezu to see if I can bring in a couple of people for outside help. Everyone else, watch The Greatest Showman. Lex Cord, pay very close attention to the redhead, because we will need your voice for her. Kaminari and Bakugo dashed out of the dorms toward the staff dorms. Izuku began to laugh. Following the two boys, Kirishima suggested, we should have Todoroki be the critic. He's emotionless and judgy. Mina is obviously going to play Zendaya's part. Ida and Hagakure could portray your parents and then be extras during the whole circus scene. Bakugo was deep in thought, wanting everything to be just right. They knocked on the staff dorm door and Midnight answered. Both boys looked away, feeling a bit awkward. Shoyuta, 2 of your students are here. If it's about the festival, I'll talk about it tomorrow, Aizawa replied. Please, sir? We just need to discuss a few things with you, Mike, and Nezu, Kaminari said, trying to be polite. Fine. If it's that important. Zashi, go find the rat. Namuri, let them through and go get some decent clothes on. The boys entered the teacher's common area and saw some of the teachers playing poker. Mike was lounging on Aizawa but got up to find the principal. Come on. Let's talk in the kitchen if it's just us 3 you need, Mike suggested. The boys followed him. Once in the kitchen, they sat at the table as the other 2 teachers joined them. I must say, you 2 are the first students to ever come to the teachers' dorms. Not the first kids, though. Eri was, Mike remarked. Let's get right to it, Bakugo said. First things first, we should probably explain what we are doing. We were going to put on a circus act, but Bakugo apparently doesn't like clowns. Good, I hate clowns, Mike responded. But I do like the idea of a circus. More like a specific one, Bakugo clarified. I see where this is going and I like it, Mike interrupted again. Well, we need 2 teachers to play small parts and some outside help for another small role, Bakugo concluded. I assume me and Zashi are the teachers you chose for these small parts, Nezu said, understanding their request. And you wanted to ask me if you can recruit some non-students for this other small role, Nezu continued. I already know who I'm going to ask if you say yes, Bakugo stated confidently. I'll leave that decision to Mr. Aizawa. The 2 boys turned to their homeroom teacher, who sighed and nodded. Just answer me this. Why did you bring Kaminari along? He's the only other one in our class who understood when I said we are reenacting a masterpiece and I get to be Jackman. He immediately said he gets to be Zefren. Everyone else looked so confused. Wait a minute. Bakugo, you will have to practice your lines with us after school every day. What about that giant workout you have to do? I can do it after practice or practice after I do it. I know every line by heart. Or you could just do it during my class, Aizawa suggested. Bakugo nodded in agreement. The two boys stayed in the teachers' dorms, discussing their roles and how they would execute the show, working out the small details while their classmates worked on their own preparations. It seemed that these two teachers knew the masterpiece by heart as well. The next morning, Bakugo called Izuku. Hey, nerd, I need something from you. I need you and Roxy to play the part of children. Kachin, it is 5 in the morning. So what? You'll need to settle out plane tickets. I was sleeping. Well, tough luck. The class is reenacting The Greatest Showman. The old hag is handling the costumes. You will be getting slapped. Roxy won't attack, will she? No, she won't. Fine, I'll settle the plane tickets. Just don't go director crazy on the class, okay? Izuku hung up the phone and called his father. Aizu, this is a surprise, his father said. I need some tickets booked. Kachin made a request. He wants me and Roxy to play the part of two children in his reenactment of The Greatest Showman. Oh, I can't wait to tell Roxy this. She's going to flip. I'll make it sound like a serious mission, and then you can brief her on it. That's cruel, Dad. I'm in. They both laughed and Rex woke up. It's 5, Zuzu. Go back to sleep, Rex mumbled. I've got to go. Bye. Izuku hung up and crawled back into bed. Did you request to see me, sir? Roxy entered the office. Yes. You are needed in Japan as soon as possible. He sounded serious, but inside he was struggling to contain his laughter. Japan? Isn't Zu in Japan? Is he in trouble? No, it has to do with Katsuki. It seems he has run into some trouble and requested your help. Your skills are needed for this. He almost burst out laughing but held it in. I have a plane ready to take you there. Now go. Izuku will brief you when you get there. Roxy arrived just in time for Izuku to put them in a car and head to UA for the first practice. He didn't tell her what was happening. Why are we at UA? What's going on? She asked. No time to explain. Follow me. Izuku pulled her to the auditorium where the practice was being held. He opened the door, and Bakugo rushed over. Good, you two made it. Come on. The hag needs to measure you for your costume, Roxy. Costume? She looked around the room and saw props being built and people rehearsing lines. You JRK. She yelled, hitting Izuku lightly on the back of the head. The commotion caught the class's attention, and they saw a girl playfully hitting a laughing Midoriya. Why didn't you guys tell me I was going to be acting in a play? I was told that Katsuki was in trouble and needed help. What the hell? I said get the tickets and come down to help, not make it sound like I was in trouble, you idiot. Dad wanted to play a trick on her, so I played along. Who's the new girl? Mineta snuck up and tried to touch Roxy. She quickly got him on the ground, pinning him in a way that made it clear he should back off. Touch me again and you'll regret it. Got that, you creep? Yes, ma'am. The girls cheered Roxy on, impressed by how quickly she put him in his place. Okay, so where is this hag that's supposed to get me sized for a costume, and what part am I playing? Bakugo led Roxy where she needed to go while Izuku went over to talk to his class. Hey Midoriya, who was that awesome girl? Mina asked. Didn't you recognize her? Denki chimed in. She's the one who jumped up when Toga and Dabi were at that club in the live stream. Her name is Roxy. Enough about her. So who's playing who? Do you even know your part yet? Todoroki asked. Yeah, I play the child version of Kachin's character. Roxy plays the child version of Kachin's wife. Kachin is the main lead, and Cammy is the secondary lead. Okay, everyone has been measured for the costumes. Question, do you still have them? Bakugo asked. Of course I still have them. They should be in the closet with the rest of our handmade props, right behind the outfits for Newsies and beside the mask for Phantom of the Opera. Okay, bring them tomorrow. Today, you and Roxy can work on your lines while I help the class. Aizawa and Mike should be here soon. They are the ones working as your parents. At that moment, the teacher stepped in. Aizawa saw the two and motioned for them to come over. Roxy had heard stories about Aizawa and knew she better listen. She had heard tales of his anger. You both are only here to help get this production going. Nothing more and nothing less. Well, except for you. Nezu told me what's happening with you. Don't worry. We know where we stand. Now let's get to practicing before Kachin sees us. The teachers agreed, and Aizawa took a quick look at the script he was given. It had been a while since Hizashi had forced him to watch the movie, so he needed a refresher. I refuse to hit the child, he said quickly. Oh, I forgot about that part, Present Mike said, sking in a hiss. I will not slap him, no matter how many times he annoys me by breaking his bones. Just then, Roxy playfully slapped Izuku. It's pretty easy, she said, preparing to do it again. Aizawa pulled her away before she could. I think what she was trying to say is you don't have to actually strike me. You just have to make it look like you did, and the effects team will add a sound effect. Izuku was looking in a pocket mirror at the handprint on his cheek. Of course, if you did actually strike me, I would care. It's not like it would hurt me too badly. I'm used to pain. You should know that. I'll stick with the fake slap. I'm not striking a kid. After about a week of practice, they finally got to use props. The shots were fake, but it was fun to watch them pretend to drink apple juice like it was the real thing. Don't you want to get away from the same old part you've got to play? 'Cause I've got what you need, so come with me and take the ride. It'll take you to the other side. Bakugo was having a lot of fun with this. He didn't look like the type, but he loved musicals. When they were kids, he and Izuku would go around the house practicing certain numbers, and this was one of them. Kaminari began, Okay, my friend, you want to cut me in? Well, I hate to tell you, but it just won't happen. So thanks, but no. I think I'm good to go because I quite enjoy the life you say I'm trapped in. Now, I admire you and that whole show you do. You're on to something. Really, it's something. But I live among the swells and we don't pick up peanut shells. I'll have to leave that up to you. Kaminari seemed to really enjoy this, even as he practically talked back to Bakugo. Don't you know that I'm okay with this Uptown Part 1 get to play? Because I've got what I need, and I don't want to take the ride. I don't need to see the other side. So go and do like you do. I'm good to do like me. I ain't in a cage, so I don't need to take the key. Oh, can't you see I'm doing fine? I don't need to see the other side. Kaminari hit every step perfectly. Now, is this really how you like to spend your days? Whiskey and misery and parties and plays. If I were mixed up with you, I'd be the talk of the town, disgraced and disowned, another one of the clowns. They were really into it, as if they forgot that the class and extras were watching them. But you would finally live a little, finally laugh a little. Just let me give you the freedom to dream, and it'll wake you up and cure your aching. Take your walls and start breaking them. Now that's a deal that seems worth taking, but I guess I'll leave that up to you. Even though this was the third time the class had seen this, they held their breath. Bakugo was really good at grasping the mood of the scene and pulling all the attention to them. Now that's intriguing, but to go would cost me greatly. So what percentage of the show would I be taking? Fair enough, you want a piece of all the action. I'll give you 7. We could shake and make it happen. I wasn't born this morning, 18 would be just fine. Why not just go ahead and ask for Nicole's on the dime? 15. I do 8. 12. Maybe 9. 10. The whole negotiation part drew the class closer to the edge of their seats. They knew the outcome, but Bakugo's intensity overwhelmed that. Don't you want to get away to a whole new part you're gonna play? So come with me and take the ride to the other side. So if you do like I do, if you do like me, forget the cage because we know how to make the key. Oh, suddenly we're free to fly. We're going to the other side. Everyone let out a round of applause for the two boys. They bowed while holding their hats across their bodies, still in character. Izuku and Mike were the loudest with their cheering. Good job, Kachin. I see you haven't forgotten the moves since we were little. Great work, Kaminari. You didn't miss a single step. Great job, random bar guy. Roxy yelled over to the random guy who got roped into this whole mess. The class laughed and began congratulating him. The teachers had hired a barkeeper since they didn't want their kids practicing pouring drinks. I think we will be ready by this weekend, Mina cheered. Yeah, we've all gotten great at our roles, Sato added. He was to be part of the tall man, with Koda as the lower half to control the live animals that would be coming in. Just because we've got it down doesn't give us an excuse to slack off for the rest of the week. I want everyone to be able to do this without slipping up. Bakugo was met with a series of agreements. No one wanted to slip up because if they did, they would be making a fool of themselves. Oh, and Eri? Yes. Eri responded. Bakugo smiled genuinely. He had asked if Eri could play the part of one of the daughters. Yamomo's cousin was going to be the other and was coming in tomorrow so they could go over their few lines. They had 4 days, but that should be enough. Wait, isn't Eri? Roxy looked over to Izuku, who nodded. The others are going to be so jealous that I got to meet her. Especially Vix. Oh, I'm sorry. She completely forgot about what happened. Aizawa looked over when he heard his old partner's name cut off. No, it's fine. Izuku immediately reassured her. What happened, and there is nothing we can do about it. But Vixen is still sulking. He's still upset? Bakugo asked, drawing attention from classmates trying to stay out of their business. You said he'd be back to being Vixen in a few days. What happened? Aizawa asked. He may not have known the kid well, but he was his partner. He cared. He got too close. He grew too attached and started getting jealous. He knew that was dangerous, Izuku muttered. And he got his heart broken, Bakugo finished. He's never sulked this long before. He usually has a few drinks and enjoys himself, then he's all smiles and laughter, Izuku mumbled. You'd think me being here a few months would have given him enough space. Not when you left with the guy he got jealous over, you idiot, Roxy snapped, hitting him lightly on the head. We weren't told why you were leaving, just that you'd be in Japan until Bakugo comes back. Rex too. We know Rex is straight, but you are very much not, and you left with a hot guy you're really close with. He's jealous. He's jealous over Bakubro? Kirishima tried to hop into the conversation but was ignored by the two friends. Aizawa looked ready to step in case the argument escalated. He knows I'm not going to date anyone until I'm stronger. It's dangerous, and I'd never put Kachin in that kind of danger. Just Kachin, huh? They looked over to the door of the auditorium where a new voice came from. I decided to come and surprise you. The atmosphere was tense as the 3 boys exchanged glances. One wore a hurt smile, another looked terrified, and the last appeared shocked. One of them stammered. Seivitsu. It's fine really. Hey, Eraser, do you think I could join you on patrol tonight? The hero nodded in response. Thanks, man. He turned and left the room. Zoo. Roxy poked the still boy. Bro. Kirishima joined in, poking his friend as well. Neither of them moved. Great. They both muttered simultaneously, startling the entire class. You like me? That's what you're worried about? Vixen could be looking for someone to harm right now, and you're concerned about my feelings? He's not going to harm anyone, Aizawa interjected. Why do you think he asked to patrol with me? He's going to channel those feelings in a less illegal way. I can't believe he flew out here just to get his heart broken again, Roxy said sadly. You're a fool. She playfully slapped Izuku. Hey, you're the one who brought him up. You're the one who got involved with him in the first place. Aizawa's jaw dropped, along with the expressions of most of his students. Deku is an aversion? You slept with Vixen? Aizawa whispered. I better run before I'm in trouble. I'll see you at the house, Roxy. He quickly used his quirk to leave the building. The venue was packed, which should have felt good, but nerves crept in, especially with my dad and the rest of the gang present. Roxy, keep it with you. I discreetly hid something of my own, and she understood. You got it, boss. I take it you saw someone? No, I just have a feeling. She nodded, knowing her costume didn't have many hiding spots. As I closed my eyes, I envisioned a world waiting for me, a place I could call my own. In the crowd, I spotted my family smiling back at me. I noticed movement and gave a subtle nod toward the door. Dad understood and slipped out. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. Thankfully, the guy either didn't see Dad leave, or he wasn't the target. Suddenly, chaos erupted as people screamed and fled. In the midst of it all stood a man with a gun aimed at Vixen's head. Anyone moves and this kid is dead. You, finish your song and then come with me. I continued singing, slowly reaching for my own weapon. I spotted Slim above, in the rafters, ready for action. Does he really think now is the time to keep singing? Mina asked. Just trust him, someone replied. Unhand him, I commanded, aiming my gun at the man holding Vixen. He laughed, pressing the gun closer to Vixen's head. You really think pointing a gun at me will make me let go of your boyfriend? I don't think you understand. He's not my boyfriend. How about 6 guns pointed at you? My friends revealed their weapons, and the man's laughter faltered as he counted. That's only 5. 6. A moment later, he collapsed. Foolish move. You don't mess with a group of skilled fighters. Good work, Tim. Bomber, clean up the mess. Vixen. I softened my voice as I looked at him. You okay, bud? He smiled back at me. I'm always okay. Just keep going with your performance. Let's get you somewhere safe. Aizawa arrived with the other heroes, taking in the scene of us with guns and the fallen man. Didn't we check you for weapons at the entrance? Cementos asked. My kids would never go into a situation without a way to protect themselves, Dad said, having joined the heroes. So they were after you, Zu? Yeah. They must not have known you were here. And is Katsuki okay? Hey, Kachin, you still back there? Silence followed. Why is he checking on me? Vixen was the one in danger. I saw Dad chuckle. Shoyuda is checking on Vixen. I know my other kids are okay because they're in front of me. So everyone fled the school, and you guys don't have a crowd? Mike informed us. What are you talking about, old man? We're here. Lucy, be nice to present Mike. Kachin poked his head around the curtains. That cut. The way each hair is perfectly even. You went to my uncle, didn't you? How did you? He taught me everything I know. Of course, I'd recognize his work. Alright, everyone, we have an audience. Let's start from the beginning of A Million Dreams. The performance went well. We didn't mess up, and singing for my friends felt better than for a large crowd. During the show, Aizawa and Dad stood at the back, while Mike sang along with the small audience. It was all fun until the high note in Never Enough, when we had to stop and cover our ears as Aizawa canceled out his quirk. I think we did pretty well, considering we took care of someone mid-song, Mina remarked. That was the highlight of the night. I don't know what you're talking about. The class looked at me in confusion, while my friends laughed. They seriously don't know you well, do they, Zizu? Dixie teased, poking Todoroki's bicep. Ha, weak. What happened earlier is what I've been craving. The whole reason I'm taking time off school is serious. Is it about murder? Someone asked, prompting a mix of reactions from the group. Dixie paused her assessment of the class, deeming most of them lacking. Ever since I've known Zuki, he has liked danger. He trained himself to handle tough situations and enjoys having the power over life and death. Kachin chimed in. He also seems to love practicing with firearms. Come on, Suki, stop being so grumpy. You're getting there. You've almost caught up to him, Dixie teased, causing Kachin to growl and pout. Zuki, I broke him again. Dixie, I told you not to do that. Go back over to Roxy, he said, and she complied. Their father eventually approached and motioned for all of them to follow him. His kids, that is. You too, Katsuki. This concerns you. What does this have to do with Bakugo? Zero asked. I just need to tell him something. He'll be back, their dad reassured. They all moved to the other side of the auditorium. Once they stopped, Dad turned to them and smiled, a bit creepily. First of all, good work, you three. You did a great job up there. Second, most of us are leaving tonight. Someone has to get back to the house before the Scorpions find out I'm gone. The rest of you will leave tomorrow morning. Now about Katsuki. As you all know, he was being screened. Izuku and Rex told me you've done a great job keeping up with your end of the deal. So, Katsuki, will you become a member of our big family? Will I? Should I? I still don't know, Katsuki thought. Looking at everyone, he noticed their happiness. Even when Vixen was in a dangerous situation, they all smiled, including her. It was as if they welcomed the thrill. Back in America, they celebrated whenever someone received an assignment. But two things held him back: the whole murder aspect and what his classmates would think. You don't have to. It's completely up to you. If you decline, just swear to secrecy, and the offer will still stand. You'll just need to take an assessment again. If you agree, you'll fly back tomorrow with a group of 4 others. What about my mother? I've spoken with her. She said it's your choice. She thinks you should take the offer. It pays as well as hero work. Heroes even rely on us sometimes, as you already know. That was true. If his mom believed he should, maybe he should too. Shitty hair and dunce face also thought he should. They had said so. So he should. Shouldn't he? Why did he even care? It was his life. What mattered was what he thought. Okay, I'll do it. Why not? Worst case scenario, I die. Same with the whole hero deal. Deku is doing both, so why can't I? It's not about whether you can do it, it's about whether you have the will to do it. That's what you need to ask yourself. Training only gets harder from here. So let me ask you again, do you want to join us? Yes, I'm certain. Well then, I will see you when you get back. I will inform Shoyuta of your decision. Brother Andrew will be awaiting your arrival. Katsuki froze, and everyone laughed at his reaction. Kirishima heard laughter coming from across the building. He looked over and saw Mr. Midoriya with his hand on Bakugo's shoulder, telling him something. Bakugo visibly relaxed and laughed. Come on. Don't trick me like that. I was actually concerned for my safety. I still have a bruised rib, Bakugo said. A bruised rib? What happened? Kirishima wondered. You said a bad word, didn't you? Someone teased as they walked over. What's wrong with saying that? You all know what happened, Bakugo replied. We all have bruised ribs from that, Kachin. I actually got a broken rib that way. Okay, goodbye. Rex, Roxy, Zu, and Dixie, you all are on tomorrow's flight. Everyone say goodbye to your brothers and sisters. They took the family thing seriously, and everyone exchanged farewells. Midoriya and the others followed them to the dorms with a couple of boxes. When Kirishima asked why, they simply said they had to deal with something. Hey said, disconnect now, okay? There was a beep, and Rex climbed up onto the couch. Hey, that's disrespecting school property. Can it fries? I need to get the camera, or Dad will be mad. Camera? Bakugo asked, confused. How else were we supposed to watch you? Nezu agreed to this. Roxy, you get the kitchen. Dixie. Actually, never mind. Just do whatever you want. You? Half and half. Fight me. No quirks, just fists. Winner moves on to fight the human charger, then the boulder, then the guy with the weird elbows. What was wrong with her? How did I know? Have fun. Just don't hurt them, Midoriya said, heading upstairs with a box, leaving the rest to deal with Dixie. Fine. Blondie, get me a drink ready for when I'm done with these weaklings. Hey, you can't boss me around at my place. We're not at Deku's house. You have no power here. A moment later, Bakugo was on the ground. With Dixie on top of him, her fist raised. You still have a long way to go before you should even consider talking to me like that, Bakugo said, flipping them over. You haven't assessed where I am yet. I've been training since I left. Each day, I added more to my routine, so you don't know my current level. Oh, sweetie, you've gotten so much stronger. You're making me want to fight you now. Forget those weaklings. I'll take you right here, right now, in front of everyone. Was she trying to sound flirty? You still creep me out. Sorry, Dixie, but I'm not going to fight you tonight. I'm all worn out from the show. You don't want to fight me when I'm not in top condition, right? Oh, you make a point. Well then, get off of me, you idiot. She hit him on the head and kicked him off. He didn't even get up. Did that knock him out? Okay, weakling. Get ready to fight. Bakugo, is she safe? Oh yeah. Deku wouldn't let her harm you. Just don't look her directly in the eyes. Why? She'll turn you to stone. What the heck? You're lucky both of the bosses like you or you'd be in big trouble. I'd like to see you try. They certainly had a unique way of getting along. I hoped he would be accepted. This group seemed good for him. Knock it off, Dixie. Don't hurt Bakugo or you'll have to answer to Dad. Dixie stopped her playful attack the moment Roxy spoke up. You better thank whatever deity you believe in because they just saved you. Their names are Forget You and Kiss My Behind. You should look them up. Forget You has a brother named Get Lost and one named Forget This. He also has a distant cousin named Forget My Life, who is married to Forget Me. The laughter erupted among us. Please never say that to Brother Andrew or you will regret it, Rex managed to say between his giggles. Okay, I got all of the upstairs cameras. What's so funny? Poor Midoriya missed out. I just told them about the Forget family. Oh, I'm surprised you remembered that after all this time. Dad hasn't told that story in years. What? Dad told you that? Rex and Dixie exclaimed in unison. Yeah. He got in trouble with 2 angry mothers too. We were too young for that kind of language. If you ask me, Auntie M says a lot worse. She's the one who told us about the Messy family. You remember that one, Kachin? Are you kidding? Of course I do. I wonder if the Forget family and the Messy family ever hang out with the Difficult family. Oh yeah, they definitely do. They go over there on Friday to have fun. Then Messy ends up causing chaos. Holy cow, I have never heard Midoriya talk like that, Mina said. You're kidding, right? You should hear him when he gets excited. This is nothing. It seemed he was indeed different than we thought. This was a glimpse of the real Izuku Midoriya. The time gods decided we would skip the flight and arrive in America. Darn. I forgot to ask who's picking us up. Could it be Brother Andrew? He's standing over there. Why Andrew? That's odd. I figured he'd send Cassie before Andrew. Though whatever. I'm too tired to argue. Kachin, be sure to buckle up. We walked over and Andrew nodded to us. He led us to his car and hopped in. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there aren't enough seats, Roxy pointed out. One of you will have to lay on the other 3's laps. Andrew, you're crazy. I like it. I volunteer as tribute, Rex and I said at the same time. We glared at each other and prepared for rock, paper, scissors. Rock over scissors over paper, then back to rock. Who will be the one who lays on top? Then we showed our hands. Yes, I won. Ha, Rex. Now you're stuck with shotgun. I stuck my tongue out at him. But I wanted. You're safer riding in back with him on top of you. Roxy pulled Kachin into the back seat and buckled him up. Be sure to lay down. I don't want another ticket because you are causing a scene. In my defense, you left me alone in a store. You were with your father. In my defense, you left us alone in a store. I crawled into the back seat and laid down across their laps. My head rested on Kachin's lap while the rest of me was across Roxy and Dixie. I figured your father would know not to give you snacks at the age of 10. I also did not expect you to be causing trouble at 10. You are a strange child, boss. We pulled out of the parking lot and were on our way home. Hey, has anyone seen Bakugo today? Mina asked. I need him to show me that hair trick again. Yeah, I believe some guy named said picked him up early this morning to take him to the airport, Kirishima answered. The airport? Did something happen? Aizawa told us that for the remainder of the time Midoriya is gone, Bakugo will be training with him. Something about Bakugo wanting to catch up. Momo explained. Catch up? He will be doing schoolwork online, but his physical training and anything that can't be learned online will be taught by the teachers there. Kirishima and Kaminari exchanged knowing glances and smiled. They understood that this meant Bakugo had been accepted and was probably going to learn everything he could. They high-fived and Mina looked at them in shock. Your best friend goes to America to study without telling you, and you celebrate? We're happy for him. He's been thinking about this for a while. It was just up to the adults whether or not he could go, Kaminari explained. So he told you guys but didn't tell me? We weren't even supposed to know, so we just kept it a secret, Kirishima said. Hey, Kaminari, let's go play with that guy. I want to see if I can beat him. Welcome back, Mr. Bakugo. Young Mr. Midoriya told me you would be coming back. The long-haired butler bowed in front of the spiky blonde. How many times do I have to tell you? You don't have to call me MSTR. It's weird. Deku, tell him to stop. Right away, MSTR Kachin. Great. Did I do something wrong, MR? You're a little troublemaker, you know that? Of course he does. After you eat, go to bed. They turned around and saw Mr. Midoriya standing there with a smile. Of course, father. They had no intention of listening, but he knew that. He understood that with the new arrivals, the process that began long ago with Rex would start again. Bakugo. I slept surprisingly well. This morning was oddly quiet too. The bed felt more comfortable than usual. Everything felt good. So why do I get the feeling that everything is about to change? What was that? Swoosh. Katsuki think. Something screamed and then flew. Obviously, it's Tokoyami. But he doesn't fly. Uraraka? Yeah, it must be her. A bird head? Was I wrong? Is Tokoyami flying now? No, that head is far too small for him. Unless he was hit with a baby quirk. Bird brain, shut the hell up. I rubbed my eyes and felt something soft where my arm should be. Feathers? What is going on here? I took off the bird suit and looked around. Where are my clothes? The dresser is missing and so is the closet. Oh well, I'll just find someone else's room and borrow some clothes. I wrapped the blanket around my lower half like I do with towels after a shower. Then I left the room, or building. What happened last night? Why am I in a forest? The house is all the way up there. This is going to be a long walk, and in nothing but a blanket, no less. Well, come on, bird brain. I think we can make it in an hour or two if this blanket doesn't get caught on anything. The bird flew onto my shoulder. So it's tamed? I don't know how, but I'm betting that my being here is Deku's doing. Back at the house, 2 hours later. According to the suit, he hasn't left the cabin, sir. Knowing him, he probably took the DMN thing off. He wasn't much of a feather lover. So, he's going through the forest in his underwear? Well, I wasn't, but then a deer looked at me. Someone get me a knife. There Bakugo stood in his underwear, a dead deer over his shoulders and his body bruised from the struggle. Kachin, why did you kill the deer? I don't know. Why did you throw me into a cabin with nothing but a chicken suit on? I didn't do that. I just put the note on the door. Bakugo looked confused. You didn't see the note, did you? Nope. Why was it important? Not really. Just a little welcome message and it said that Dad wants to see you when you get up here. Chef, cook that deer and toss the bones to Chomper and Glider. Right away, sir. I didn't even realize I was in the kitchen. Right, so how do I get to my room from here? Through the door and then continue straight. You'll see the hall soon. Just pray you don't run into Cassie or you're dead. Thanks. Here's that deer. He slammed the deer onto the table and then left the kitchen. So that's the new recruit, huh? He seems interesting, brother. And here is the list of all of the rules. As you can tell, there is a page for each instructor and then a page for the all-around rules as a raven. I'm sure my son has already told you most of them during your last visit here since you had to follow them then too. The only difference now is that you have a bigger punishment for breaking them. How long is he going to talk? I get that this is a big deal, but I am really hungry. Those berries I ate on the way up here can only do so much. Okay, I need you to sign this form here stating that you agree to all of the terms I've gone over. It just shows that you agree to stay loyal to the Ravens, pretty much. Signing? Deku never said anything about signing anything. Do you mind if I have a look at this before I sign anything? By all means, take all the time you need. It's a big decision after all. He leaned back in his chair to wait. After reading it several times, I came to a decision. I am not signing. I pushed the paper and the pen back across the table and sat back in my chair. He raised an eyebrow at me. Change of heart. Nope. I'm just not stupid. Oh, do tell how signing this form would show that you are stupid. Gladly. I assume that it is the final test on whether or not I am worth accepting. All the information you've given me up to this point was a lie with a bit of truth sprinkled in to not give away the act. The wording on that paper sounds official to someone who hasn't been taught how to read official documents. However, during my time with Best Jeanist, I learned how. There is a hidden message in it as well. I found it my second time through. In paragraph 3, the first letter on each line spells out the word sucker. Childish, really, but I have learned that you tend to have a childish side to you. He began to clap slowly at my explanation. Well done, Katsuki. Well done. Here you go, kid. He tossed a small box over to me. It was a ring. The ring had a feather and a number engraved on it. That's my number, apparently. But why that number? Your birthday, right? It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, thanks. Now on to the real rules and stuff. You were right. Most of it was a lie. I'm not going to tell all of the inner workings to someone not worthy to join. That was a long talk. I wonder if that deer is done now? This ring is going to take some getting used to. I prefer the necklace. Speaking of which, I wonder why the ring and the necklace have different numbers? Maybe I should have asked. I was told to meet up with Cassie to get fitted for some kind of suit. If I remember correctly, Cassie has hair much like a human aux cord, short with long bangs. She works alongside Lucy to prepare people for missions in different areas to fit in. She is also a MST or marksman. I worked with her for firearms practice. Ooh, fresh meat. I heard a rumor going around about a person on trial, but I never thought they'd pass. Who is this guy? He has a scar on his cheek. I'm a bit turned around, sir. Could you direct me to Cassie's room so I can get fitted for whatever it is Uncle M wants me fitted for? Uncle M? Most of you young ones call him father, and usually on your first days, it's always a stutter of the word boss. To be honest, I haven't called him that in years. Must have slipped out, he said, glancing sideways. You knew the boss before coming here? I asked, curiosity piqued. Well, considering he and the old hag are friends and used to bring Deku around a lot, I kind of hoped that I do. Once I hit 4, he stopped coming around though. Deku told me he moved to America, and that was that. So, Cassie? I wondered why I had shared so much. Down that hall, then make a left. Third door on your right. Can't let the boss's adopted nephew get lost now, can we? He smirked, and I hoped he was telling the truth. If I got lost in this enormous house, who knew where I would end up? Each hallway felt like a maze, filled with rooms for each member and a few guest rooms. At the end of each hall was a large room designed for socializing or meetings. The left side had a wing dedicated solely to training, where Dixie spent most of her time with the other instructors. I knocked on a door adorned with various strange signs. According to the guy's directions, this should be it. The door creaked open, revealing Cassie's head. Can't you read, kid? It said, do not disturb, before 10. Sorry, Cassie, but I was told to come here by the boss. Not used to the whole boss thing? I'm guessing you passed. Well, to get in here. I guess I've got to make the jacket. Name and number. You know my name. I don't know how to spell it. You Japanese people have weird names. She could have left it at not knowing how to spell Bakugo. Fine. Viyoyu. My number is 420. She jotted it down on a piece of paper and grabbed a roll of measuring tape. Arms up. No need. Here are my measurements. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my wallet, and handed her 3 papers. One of those is mine. It's got my name on it. Why are you carrying these around? In case I need to request something from my mother. Duh. Who are these other measurements for? Just a group of people I tolerate. Is that so? Okay, you can leave now. I'll send Saida to get you when I'm done. Now run along so I can get started. I have a lot of work to do. Okay, just don't damage those papers. I'd rather not have to replace them. Yeah. I won't damage your precious measurements. She pushed me out of the room and shut the door. Who was Saida? Congrats, bro. Roxy clapped me on the back, and I took another bite of the freshly cooked deer. How'd you pass the signing part? Not many do, Bomber asked. His father is childish. I pointed to Deku, who was too busy writing on some paper to pay attention. What makes you say that? Rex paused his cutting of the deer on his plate. I didn't even know why he was using a knife. This deer was tender. He had the word, sucker, hidden in there. If I hadn't been trained in reading official documents, that alone would have given it away. Deku let out a small laugh, startling everyone. He laid down his pen and pinched the bridge of his nose, as if the conversation had finally caught up to him. You'd be surprised, Kachin. Not many catch that small detail. I'm the one who decided to hide the word in there. When I was. Hey Rex, how old were we when you and Roxy were adopted into the family? 6, I believe. Izuku snapped his fingers and nodded. Katsuki rolled his eyes, unable to believe that such childish things were welcome in this profession, especially one as popular as his. Group training? I didn't remember them mentioning anything about group training. I noticed some faces I had never seen before, but we all seemed to be around the same age. We have a new recruit here, everyone. Say hello to Agent 420, Mr. Katsuki Bakugo, our instructor, Brother Tanaka, announced. Hello, Agent 420, they all said in unison. This was awkward. We also have another newcomer. Agent 305, Ms. Macy Gray. Say hello to Ms. Macy Gray, everyone. Hello, Agent 305, we all replied, feeling the embarrassment. Now today, we are focusing on hand-to-hand combat. Since I do not know the newcomers' fighting levels other than by Dixie's standards, I will let them decide who to fight. 305, you pick first. Macy flicked her blonde hair and stepped forward, assessing the group. I'd like that one. The one by 420. I looked beside me and saw Deku, who looked excited. Are you sure? He's very strong. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I can take him. Brother Tanaka shrugged and motioned for me to step forward. I don't need to assess the competition. I already know who I want to fight. Hey 225, you're mine. I looked down the line, and Rex, known as 225, gave me a thumbs up. You two chose some of our strongest fighters. Are you sure you want to continue with your choices? Oh, I can take him on. But I'm not sure if 305 can take on Deku. Kachin, if she wants to fight me, I'll fight her. You focus on fighting Rex. Yeah, Kachin, focus on fighting me. I'm going to beat your. Kachin, don't say that word. Brother Tanaka is worse than Brother Andrew when it comes to language. I stood down and faced the front. Now that they have picked, everyone partner up and pick a mat. Brother Andrew and Cassie will be joining me in watching you. When they were introduced, the two walked in. My ribs hurt just looking at the tall guy who stepped in. Following instructions, Rex and I went to a mat. When everyone had settled, Brother Tanaka gave us the signal to get ready and then yelled, "Fight!" Rex charged at me and I easily dodged. This was why I chose Rex. I had watched him and Roxy spar. His moves were predictable, but if he landed a blow, you would regret letting him get one through. This was perfect for me. Brother Tanaka observed. He remembered when young Midoriya had told him years ago that this boy was good. He recalled that day vividly. 7-year-old Izuku had just finished a lesson and was sitting on a pile of blue mats, drinking a bottle of water, looking like he wasn't really focusing on their lesson. In fact, his moves looked a bit off. Izuku, what were you doing earlier? Your moves were different, one of his classmates asked. I was trying something I saw Kachin do, Izuku replied. Who's Kachin? I don't think we have anyone by that name here. He's my friend back in Japan. He's super strong. I think he could take Rex in a fight if he tried hard enough. Rex was second in the class. Could this kid really take him? Wow, Izuku. That's some praise you're giving him. I wish I could invite him to come here, but his mom and my dad left on bad terms last time, so I doubt he would accept. He looked down, upset. Maybe someday you can invite him, Izuku. Then I could teach the both of you. Izuku glanced over at Rex, who was fighting just as he had said. From the looks of it, Rex was holding his own too. The only training Izuku had was a week with Brother Andrew and some at the hero school. So far, he was the only one to land a good blow. On the other hand, Izuku was struggling against the newcomer they knew nothing about. How was this happening? He was at the top of the class. Oh, there he went. He finally landed a blow. Now was the chance to gain some momentum. Izuku finally landed a blow on his opponent. Her fighting style was erratic, but it felt familiar. He thought he had fought her before, though he had never met her. Come on, Vedette. Hit me again. Gain the momentum. Can't let everyone down, can you? You're crazy. If you want to lose so badly, then stay down. He needed to catch his breath. Just as he finished catching his breath, she jumped at him again. Why did she wait until he could fight again? Most would have attacked while he was recovering. Then again, he could have pinned her down earlier and won. After a while of her hitting him, she was suddenly pulled away. A teacher wouldn't have done that, so who? 420, go back to your mat. Brother Tanaka said, but she ignored him. Where's the real Macy, you little freak? Kachin, what are you? Tell me where she is. How'd you know? Izuku was shocked. Toga? What was she doing here? If you're going to do something like this, change your fighting style. Now tell me where the real Macy is. Fine. Down the road, there's an abandoned warehouse. She's there. Take this imposter away. Kachin tossed the girl over to Brother Andrew, who picked her up and took her to what Izuku assumed were the prison chambers. How did you not realize who you were fighting? I looked over for 5 seconds and knew. Kachin was angry. I didn't think she'd be stupid enough to actually come to headquarters. Seriously, who would be so foolish? Was the rest of the league in America, or just her? If they were they planning something? Could the heroes in America deal with them? If not, could he convince his dad to lend a hand? Deku, wake up, you idiot. Stop mumbling. Get back to your mat. Just because you caught an imposter doesn't mean your fight is done. Fine. Had enough time to catch your breath, Rex? Kachin returned to his mat and began his fight. What's everyone else looking at? Show's over. Fight. Fighting began around Izuku, but this time he had no one to fight. He couldn't believe Toga came here just to fight him. What was she hoping to achieve? Rex won the fight, but just barely. The match would have probably continued until both parties were exhausted, but Kachin seemed distracted. Since they were the last ones left, when they finished, the teachers gathered to share notes. A lot of you still need to work on defense. Those few I talked to last week are getting a little better, but stay after class so I can help you better understand what you are lacking. Greenie, Izuku was right about you. Right about what? I thought he was joking when he said you could hold your own against Rex. Oh yeah, Izuku was surprised Tanaka remembered. When did you say that? Rex asked. When have I ever lied to you? If I say someone can fight, then they can fight. Well, you were a kid then. Anyone who could knock you down could fight. You talked about me when you were a kid? Kachin asked. Of course I did. Now, little Izuku, your results were less than satisfactory. Izuku knew it. From what I understand from that little show Mr. 420 gave us, you have already fought this imposter. That's right, sir. Then you should have already known their patterns. Usually she has blades in her hands, but we all know you move differently when you do. He's right. The only way I knew it was that brat was the way she jumped in to attack, Kachin said. Understandable. So, if you two know the girl, you get to do the honors of questioning her. Hopefully, you don't have to resort to torture methods. You're dismissed. Brother Andrew will take you to her. At least they gave her a towel to wrap around herself. It didn't make it any less disturbing, though. She also looked way too happy. I expected Deku, but I didn't expect you. So you're also a new recruit. Shut up, Toga. We just have a few questions, then you're alone here until we are allowed to let you leave. Izuku sat down in his chair. Are the rest of those villains in the US? Kachin asked, not holding back. Dabi and I came back for a small vacation. He doesn't even know I'm here. He went to some girl's house. Did you just come here to see me, or is there something else? I wanted to know if what I heard was true. I didn't expect this girl to be pulled into a fighting thing. What did you hear? That you all killed a guy at UA? Oh yeah, that's true. Slim got a really good shot in. If that's all, then have fun in solitary confinement until you are released. I'll make sure Dabi is informed about your situation. Izuku pulled Kachin out of there. He didn't fight much. They made their way to Miss Angus's office. She was the one who took notes on every interrogation and reported them to Izuku's dad. They told her what was going on. After that, Izuku went to his room and grabbed a jacket. You stay here, Kachin. I don't want him knowing you're here, I said firmly. Do you really think it's smart to go find that villain yourself? I secured a pistol in my jacket, ensuring the safety was on. You forget that we are in my territory. I have eyes everywhere, all trained to keep me safe. If I get in a tight spot, they'll get me out. I grabbed a scrap of cloth I had torn off his jacket during his last visit. Do you have any idea how to find him? Yes. If this fails, I'll just ask around. He followed me out of my room, and we ran into Dixie. Hey Dixie, go get Lancelot. On it. She dashed off. I grabbed my phone and made sure my Raven ring was on. If I needed to resort to questioning, it could come in handy. A minute later, I heard something running toward me. I turned around to see Lancelot approaching. I put his leash on and said goodbye to Kachin, who did not look pleased. Once outside, I let the dog smell the cloth, ensuring he knew that was our target. After wandering around town for a while, I almost gave up on finding him this way. Suddenly, I was pulled down an alley. At the end, Lancelot growled at a man in a hood. Down, boy, I instructed. The dog stopped growling but remained alert. Dabi, is that you? Bravo kid, you found me. How'd you know we were even in the US? Toga paid the base a little visit. I have no idea when she'll be released. The boss has to determine that she is not a threat and can be trusted not to reveal any information about the base. That idiot. I thought I'd let you know so you can inform your boss. Can you at least tell me if there's a place I can stay for free until she gets out? I nodded and gave him directions to the nearest homeless shelter. When I returned, I found Kachin pouting. Everyone was looking at him strangely. They rarely saw him like this. He's been informed, and I'm back with no burns or bruises. I don't see why I'm stuck here. I know the guy too. If you went, he could have told the League that another one of Class A's strongest is gone. From there, they could have planned another attack on UA. Remember, you were the only one who could stop their warp gate. He huffed. Do you want to get out of the house, Kachin? Is that it? The blonde remained silent. Fine. Get changed. We'll take you out. Zizu, we can't kill him. Rex gasped. I meant we'll take him out to have some fun, not shoot him between the eyes. Kachin remained seated and silent. What is it? Do we get to stop for a burger? I laughed, and so did the others. That's what he wanted? A burger? I planned on it. Now go get changed. Slim, call McDonald's, and I'm sure you know what changes need to be made to the order. Rox, go get the car and pull it around. Everyone nodded and listened. Kachin did so reluctantly, probably because he had no idea what I was planning. Either that or he still didn't like taking orders from me. Either way, I knew he would enjoy himself. Good job, Bakugo, Rex called when the blonde shot the clay pigeon out of the air. It was a piece of cake. I have to hit moving targets a lot. Okay, last one, then we have to start heading home, Slim said while putting the clay pigeons in the thrower. As the last person took their turn, everyone else picked up the scattered McDonald's wrappers and beer bottles. They heard the gunfire and the pigeon break, signaling the end of the day for them. Bakugo, we have a mission. Don't worry, this one is not life-threatening. We just have to go pick up a package, Izuku said. Katsuki still didn't look pleased to be put on a mission this early on. Everyone else seemed excited. Package retrieval. Oh, I miss those days, Rex said. Come on, Kachin. We need to pack our bags. The blonde knew better than to argue. If he had been given a mission, it meant the order came from above, and he shouldn't refuse. After all, it wasn't like he was being ordered to kill. Remember, you can decline if you don't think you're ready. If you're not in the right mindset, it could ruin the mission, and we can't have that. Those words echoed in his mind as he packed a bag. He was told he needed clothes for 2 days and his ring, which he kept on a chain around his neck. You ready, Kachin? Izuku asked. Should I really be going on a mission right now? I haven't been here for long. It's an easy mission. One I know you can handle. We're just going to pick up a package that's ready and then fly back in 2 days. You'll be fine. But why choose me? Shouldn't your father pick someone more experienced? The best way to gain experience is through actually doing missions. The blonde zipped up his suitcase. Plus, I'm the one who chose you. This is a mission for me, and I need at least one bodyguard when I have to show my face. My old ones are dead or retired, so. They made their way out of the house. Easy mission, my butt. If I have to protect your life, how is that easy? It's just a formality. You don't have to protect me, Kachin. Hey Lev, we're ready to go to the airport now. The driver nodded and opened the car door for them. Anyways, Kachin, the reason I chose you as my bodyguard for this trip is that I want you to have at least one mission under your belt before we go back to school in a few weeks. You have all this training, and you carry the name of a raven. You should have at least one mission before we return to training with heroes. I get it. Also, this is experience the others won't get, but something heroes have to do all the time, so we'll be even further ahead. Is this his first time, sir? It is. Do you have any words you can give him about package retrieval and package drops? I know that you used to help with those a lot before you injured your leg, Izuku said. Oh, those are easy. It's literally just handing over the package or grabbing it. Then get out of there before they know all of your facial features, Bakugo replied. Well, that's easy. Also, no opening the package if it is labeled sensitive unless the package was for you originally. The boss won't like it if you do. The package is for me. Don't worry about it, Izuku assured him. Well, we are out you get, young. Lev pulled up and opened the door for them. The boys boarded the plane, receiving curious looks for traveling alone with first-class tickets. Once they settled into their seats, they prepared for a long flight. Bakugo had no idea where they were headed, but since Izuku didn't seem worried, he didn't let it bother him. After all, Izuku had been trained as an assassin his whole life, so masking his emotions should be easy. Halfway through the flight, Bakugo fell asleep. When they landed, Izuku had to wake him. Still groggy, Bakugo didn't recognize the place until they were halfway to their destination. What kind of package required them to come all the way here? He didn't ask, knowing that if it was information he needed, he would have been informed. All he had to focus on was not messing up this mission. Deku! A blonde girl jumped into Izuku's arms, laughing. It's been a while, hasn't it? I was going to swing by after we checked into the hotel, but I guess you beat me to it, she said, smiling. Oh, where are my manners? It's good to see you too, Bakugo. The blonde girl nodded at him, who simply acknowledged her with a nod. Why are you two together? From what I remember, you don't quite get along. We've actually been getting along better these days. Would you like to accompany us to the hotel, Melissa? Izuku offered. The girl nodded and followed them, glad to see Izuku again, even if it was just for business purposes. You two aren't the only ones I'll be seeing today. I also have a few other heroes flying in to pick up some items, Melissa said as they walked. She began to tell them about how her support items had gained attention and how she had been receiving several orders. They listened and responded appropriately at various points. Once they reached the hotel, they checked in for their room. After receiving the key, they heard a beeping sound from Melissa's direction. She glanced at her phone and hurried off, apologizing for the quick exit. Izuku didn't question it. He simply picked up his bag and headed to their room, with Bakugo following closely behind. Bakugo recognized the room number as the same one he and Kirishima had during the expo. Was this just a coincidence? Inside the room, Izuku looked around in awe while Bakugo put his clothes in the small dresser and organized his hygiene products in the restroom. You seem to know your way around here, Izuku remarked. This is the room Kirishima and I shared. Of course, I know my way around, Bakugo replied, not noticing the slight change in Izuku's expression. So you and Kirishima shared a bed when you came? Izuku asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Yeah, so what if I did? It's not like we did anything. No, that was a lie. I did hold him because of a nightmare. That's nothing out of the ordinary though. All of those idiots come to me when they have nightmares. Why does it matter? It's my life. If I want to be close to my best friend, I will. So nothing happened but the cuddles? Izuku pressed. I already said no. Are you seriously getting jealous over Kirishima? Bakugo asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, he gets most of your attention. It wouldn't surprise anyone if you got together. In fact, the class has a huge betting pool on who you will end up with, and Kirishima is in the lead. Uraraka isn't that far behind. I can see you with either of them. Bakugo sat up straight, noticing the negative emotions on Izuku's face. You seriously think I would date those two? Kirishima is my best friend, and Uraraka is completely obsessed with you. Plus, I need to focus on becoming the #1 hero. The only reason I'd get with anyone is if it would make me stronger. That's why I joined this group anyway. I can use it to do things other heroes can't. So don't go thinking that I am worried about useless things like relationships. Izuku nodded, understanding. You can't really afford to be worrying about this stuff either. Aren't you trying to take over the business? Sorry. I let jealousy get the best of me, Bakugo admitted, chuckling at the situation. When he looked back at Izuku, he still saw a troubled expression. What are you thinking about? He asked, concerned. So do you fool around like I do, or are you waiting for someone to come along that you form feelings for? And if you don't fool around, how do you deal with all of that? Bakugo asked, surprised by the question. Of course I don't just fool around. I don't want people forming feelings if I don't like them. Now, if someone were to come up and say, hey, would you like me to help you relieve some stress? I might take them up on their offer. They'd know it was only for the night, though. No strings attached. Oh, okay, Izuku replied, processing the information. I'm not saying I wouldn't fool around. I just don't want what happened with you and Vixen to happen to me, so the person would have to think like me. You know, no strings attached. You do what you need to do, and I do what I need to do, and we don't talk about it. So, Izuku started. So what? It's not like I'm suffering. If I need to relieve some tension, I do what most teenagers do. Why are we even talking about this? Bakugo asked, slightly annoyed. I was just curious, Izuku said, shrugging. Plus, I was wondering if you would like to see if that guy who was staring at you downstairs wanted to have some fun. You asked me really personal stuff because you saw a guy staring at me? What's wrong with you? I don't know. I'm bored. Then go talk to that scientist you like. I'm not going to just flirt with a guy for fun. David is probably busy right now. He's been working a lot to make up for what happened at the expo. Oh, how about we video call Cammy? It's not too late there. Fine. As long as it keeps you from annoying me. But I brought stuff to hook the video to the TV so we don't have to crowd around the computer. Yeah, whatever. Just call him. After 15 minutes of untangling and hooking up several wires, the call started ringing, and a very excitable Pikachu answered. Surprisingly, the pickup took longer than anticipated. Eventually, she just told us where to find the package, and we went and got it ourselves. This isn't exactly how a package pickup is supposed to go, but at least we got the package. Too bad it was on the last day. Now we have to get on a plane back to the States, and I won't get to see the item until we get back. One good thing came out of this trip, though. Kacchan actually looked like he had fun, especially when we got to brag about being on Island to Kaminari and getting to see Melissa. Kaminari looked so jealous. He told Mineta, and the grape actually looked like he wanted to cry since he didn't get to be here with us. Bakugo was cracking up. I'm glad he got to have some more fun before we go back to school. Okay, boys, remember to not break your classmates when you spar, look your best when you are out, and stick to the training regimen that you have been given. When summer comes up, you are welcome back here, and I expect better results from both of you. Dad came to see us off at the airport since he wasn't going off on a mission, and we wouldn't be back for a while. We know, Dad. He just smiled and pulled us in for a hug. Have fun, boys. The last call for our flight was announced, and we quickly said our final goodbyes before boarding. 3 flights in the same week. I forgot how it felt. We didn't show up until really late. Said dropped us off at UA and Aizawa led us to the dorms so the robots wouldn't go off. He also said we had tomorrow off and didn't need to show the others we were back until after school. Kacchan didn't say it, but I knew he was grateful. Bakugo. I got to spend most of my first day back in peace and quiet. It was ruined, though, when Shitty Hair came into my room and threw himself on my back while I was changing into a different shirt to visit Mom. Instinctively, I threw him off and pinned him to the ground like I was taught to in training. Man, Bakugo. Someone has become even more violent, he teased. You don't just jump on the back of someone who has been training with assassins, you dolt. I could have very well broken your arm if I hadn't realized who you were. Dolt? Now that's a new one. Picking up on the American lingo, I see. No, he just spent too much time with Rex. Get off of him, Bakugo. Dad said not to break our classmates. Yeah. I got off him, and he hopped up as if he got attacked like that every day. What are you doing up here, Deku? I thought you were experimenting in the kitchen. Well, I was, but then I remembered what kind of person Kirishima was and came up here to make sure you didn't kill him for randomly hugging you. Kirishima, for a few days, do not do anything that may startle Kacchan. We had him focusing on sneak attack counters towards the end of his visit with us. Inform the rest of his friends as well. I'd rather none of you get hurt. Kirishima nodded, and Deku left. I guess he hasn't let the boss tone deflate yet. Just so you know, there are a lot of things I can't tell you. So keep your questions to a minimum. I'll let you ask them while I change. He looked excited that I even let him ask anything. I guess he expected nothing from me. How did I get roped into letting these idiots go with me to visit Mom? I only came because I was told to reassure her that they aren't torturing me and all that. Though I would call not being able to curse freely during training torture. Katsuki, this is a treat. And you brought your friends. Come in. Does she really have to put up an act for them? Or is she actually that excited to see me? Just sit wherever you want. I'll go get some drinks, I said when they got in. Mom hit me on the head and told me to be nice. I thought I escaped the abuse when I got away from Brother Andrew. I think what he meant to say was make yourself at home. Don't worry, Mrs. Bakugo. We knew what he meant. We're used to our angry boy. Whatever. Did your uncle really let you act like this while you were in America? Believe it or not, I actually didn't see him much. I was being trained to use guns and knives. You know, to not rely on my quirk. Did you see him at all? I want to know how he's doing. She followed me to the kitchen where I grabbed 6 glasses. He's a very busy man. The only time I saw him was when I was filling out the forms to join and when he saw us off. He looked fine then. Really? Last I heard he wasn't fine. Wasn't fine? What does she mean? What's wrong with Uncle M? If I tell you, you can't tell Izuku. Okay. Hisashi is. Hey Midoriya, how was your trip? Kaminari told us you guys went to Island for a couple of days, Uraraka said. Our trip was eventful. I got to see Bakugo carry in a deer he killed with his bare hands while he was wearing nothing but his underwear. If you want, I can send you the picture I got off the security cameras. Oh, please do, Todoroki said. The look on his face suggested he was ready for some fun. Okay, I will later. Does anyone know if Kacchan has already gone to Auntie's house? I wanted him to take her a letter from Dad, I asked. He left a long time ago and took his friends with him, came the reply. Just then, the door to the dorms slammed open, and Kacchan entered, looking both worried and angry. His friends followed closely behind, asking what was wrong, but he wouldn't say anything. He headed straight to his room, and I heard the door slam shut behind him. What did Auntie say to make him so angry? I haven't seen him like this in a long time, I wondered aloud. I don't know. All we know is that he went into the kitchen to get us drinks, and then not long after, a glass broke. Bakugo stormed out, and we followed him back here, Kirishima explained. That's not good. Did you hear anything while following him? Anything will help. I know him better than anyone. I could probably figure out what's going on if I just had something, I urged. He mentioned something about lying. Then he said Midoriya, which I assume was about your father. There was one bit about you, but I couldn't catch much. Then he said something about how whatever is going on could weaken the company, Kaminari added. From what I'm gathering, that means my father is involved in something risky and has been hiding it from me. This isn't the first time he's done this, and it won't be the last. I just hope it works out in the end. But it didn't. What I didn't realize was that it wasn't something he was doing that he kept a secret, it was something that was happening. Right before summer break, my father passed away. I later learned that he had been seriously injured on a mission he took on himself. It was an S-ranked mission, and all the capable men had already been assigned to other tasks. It never occurred to me that the reason Dad always kept a top-notch assassin on standby was because he had seen firsthand what could happen if you didn't. The injury had been slowly killing him over several years. Those who knew about it were sworn to secrecy, a promise my father had made them keep. Kacchan had also made that promise when Auntie told him. Now, I stood at my father's grave, surrounded by my friends and the last bit of family I had left, with my teacher by my side. I couldn't attend the original funeral because of exams, so I was holding a second funeral for my father, one where everyone, except for the few guarding the base, could attend. He was a good man and a great leader, Brother Andrew said, and the rest of us assassins nodded in agreement. We felt the most pain. He didn't even have me killed, a voice interrupted. We looked up to see Toga and Dabi standing there. When did you get free? Kachin asked, surprised. Hisashi had her released not long after you two left, under the condition that she wouldn't let anyone near his boys. Turns out our little Izuku has quite the bounty on his head, Brother Tanaka said, placing a hand on my head and giving it a reassuring shake. It was meant to comfort me, but it only made me feel worse. Dad had sent someone to look after me shortly after our last meeting. That reminded me of my last words to him. A promise to visit over the summer. Well, Dad, I'm visiting. Only I don't get to see you. I only get to see a stone with your name on it. A raven doesn't cry until after the assignment is over. The words slipped out before I realized it. I had recited them many times when I first started training. Right? You heard him, Rex said, his voice cracking as several people wiped away tears. Kachin reached over and wiped away the tears I didn't even know I had. You can't do the very thing the others have been told not to do, he said gently. You know, it's okay to cry at funerals. This isn't some assignment you've been ordered to go on, All Might said. Dad wouldn't want us crying. He would want us to hold our heads up high and focus on our next target, Vixen added. Tears only impair your vision and make you miss the target, Slim chimed in. Not to mention that the men and women of the Ravens have been trained to mask their emotions until out of sight of others, because it doesn't make you look presentable. The next words were spoken in unison by every raven at the graveyard that day. A raven does not go out looking like a child. We go out looking like men and women who care about our appearance. If you look like a mess, people won't take you seriously. This time, however, every voice cracked. The phrase Dad had drilled into each of us was being spoken at his funeral. Even Kachin's voice trembled. My whole class had tears in their eyes just seeing their two strongest classmates on the verge of breaking. Okay, Ravens, I am implementing a new rule. All wounds, illnesses, or anything else regarding your health and performance needs to be reported and recorded. I can't have you dying on me because something like this was kept from me. Yes, Insar Midoriya, sir, they replied in unison. I flinched. I may now be the boss, but I certainly didn't earn the title. I only became the boss because I was next in line. Is this how Endeavor felt when All Might lost his power? Just call me Izuku or whatever you called me before, I said, and they all quickly apologized. Mr. Aizawa, I would like to request permission to leave for America to sort out some things. Permission denied. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the teacher. Vixen and Kachin were the only ones who didn't seem shocked. You are to stay here and go on patrol with me every night for 1 week, then you can go to America. Bakugo and Vixen will be waiting for you at the airport when you land. They will take you to the next place for another special assignment. Only after you have completed that will you be allowed to sort out whatever it is you need to. Those are the orders your father sent me before he passed away. It was hard to hear, knowing that even my teacher had sensed the end was near. Very well. If it is my father's wishes, I have no place to argue, I replied, trying to maintain my composure. Such professionalism, Kaminari whispered, though I heard him clearly thanks to my training. This is the result of years of training as a raven, Kaminari. We know how to speak professionally to those we need to. Soon, even Agents 420 and the real 305 will be trained professionals. This is a skill everyone should have, not just assassins. Maybe you could use a little training on how to speak professionally, I added, and I could hear several people stifle their laughter. It's okay to laugh. Dad would want us to continue laughing. He always enjoyed hearing laughter. It reminded him that we weren't just cold-blooded killers. Before long, laughter filled the graveyard, even from Dabi and Toga. Those passing by scowled at us for laughing at a funeral, deeming it disrespectful, but I couldn't care less. This was a funeral for a man who was never easy to read, who surprised you at every turn. He was extremely childish yet could take a life in an instant. He hated people but loved them more than most realized. He valued life but wouldn't hesitate to end one. This was a great man, and I was proud to call him my father. 1 year after the funeral, Brother Andrew took over as the leader while Izuku finished high school. He had sent members to protect him so he could focus on school without worrying about attacks. He also wanted to ease the pressure on Bakugo, who was often tasked with keeping Izuku safe. However, that didn't mean the young MSTR had a free ride. He still had to stay alert for sneak attacks from his guardians, a way to keep his skills sharp. "Alright kids, today I want you to run laps around the track," Aizawa announced. Most of the kids complained, but they did so without much fuss. While they were running, Izuku suddenly stopped as a knife landed right in front of him. This was only the third time they had experienced an attack directed at this particular classmate. "Vixen, come retrieve your blade, or I'll show you how to actually hit your target," Bakugo yelled toward a group of trees. A figure jumped down and approached to collect the blade. The classmates looked to Aizawa, who seemed unfazed by the incident. "How did you know it was mine?" Vixen asked. "The way you threw it. It landed with the sharp part facing away from you," Bakugo explained. Izuku nodded in agreement. "Only you would do that, Vixen." Vixen clenched his jaw, realizing both his Emtar and Bakugo had figured it out. "Off the track now. We have to continue running, or Aizawa will get mad," he said as he moved past the teen. After that, the attacks became a normal occurrence for the classmates. Traps, paintball guns, and other non-lethal weapons were used to try and land a hit on their MSTR. Everyone was amazed at how he sidestepped each and every one. What the class did not expect was for someone to actually infiltrate the school and enter the classroom with a loaded gun. Aizawa was asleep, and the class had no idea what to do, so they jumped up, ready to attack. Izuku, however, remained calm. The young assassins assigned to protect him were taking a break that day and had instructed Bakugo to ensure nothing happened, which he did by giving orders to the others. Soon, the gunman was on the floor, restrained, and Aizawa woke up. He looked at Izuku, who simply shrugged and pointed to Bakugo, who was on the phone with Rex. As the attacks slowed down, they were able to focus on class. Once that happened, classes A and B decided to hold sparring matches. This piqued the interest of the young assassins, who set up traps around the perimeter to watch the matches. "No quirks allowed. You all are to use your own strength to win. No hits below the belt and no breaking bones," Aizawa instructed. "Who would try to break someone else's bones?" a girl from Class B asked, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Class A. "Okay, we have drawn up brackets, and the winner of today's fights gets an automatic passing grade on the next exams," Vlad explained, displaying the brackets on a whiteboard. "Hey, Izu, who are you fighting first?" one of the young assassins asked, arriving with snacks and drinks. Class B had no idea who they were or why they were there. "You remember that guy I told you about the night we took Kachin to the woods? Him." The crowd cheered, shouting encouragements like, "Kick his butt," and "You're sure to win." Class B was already not fond of them, but Class A was pumped. Every time they watched, they picked up tips on how to improve themselves. This was a good opportunity. The first match was quick, Kendo against Tokoyami, with Kendo winning. After that, the fight started lasting longer. Soon, it was Bakugo's turn, and the group of teens cheered for him. "Don't let me down, man. Fight like you did during Greenie." Roxy playfully slapped Rex on the head, and Dixie called out next. "Kick her butt or I'll kick yours." That made Bakugo gulp. He knew he could fight Pony and win, but the thought of Dixie coming down to the ring terrified him. Fight. The match lasted a short while, but in the end, Bakugo emerged safe. The assassins cheered, and the excitement grew louder when Monama and Izuku stepped into the ring. "You've got this, Zuku. Celebratory drinks tonight if you win the whole thing," Slim yelled. "Maybe more if you want it," Rex added. "If I hear one more comment like that, I'll personally call some people for you lot to deal with," Aizawa shouted up at them, but they just laughed. The way they were going to have fun. After several fights and hours of watching, it came down to the last match. Class B was thoroughly humiliated. They had no idea how Class A had become so strong or who these people cheering for them were, but they knew they had been shown up in front of strangers. Now the fight that the audience had been eagerly anticipating was about to begin. Monama questioned how Midoriya had made it this far, while B shrugged and A struggled to contain laughter. However he did it, it won't work now. Bakugo is going to tear him apart, Monama declared. Hey Deku, don't hold back, Bakugo called out. I won't, Izuku replied confidently. Hey Slim, put 50 on Midoriya for me, Aizawa shouted to the teens. Will do, Mr. Bossman. Any of you students want in on this? Class A shouted their bets, and B was surprised to see how many were backing Midoriya. They shouted their own bets for Bakugo. Are you guys done yet? I'm ready for a real fight, Izuku said. 1 minute. Vixen, get the first aid station ready. Roxy, grab the water. Rex, set up the camera, and Dixie, take notes, Aizawa instructed. Class B watched in awe as Aizawa efficiently organized everything. It was as if he knew these outsiders well. They also noticed the rest of Class A gathering snacks. Once everything was prepared, the attention shifted back to the center of the ring. Now, fight. The two fighters clashed like they had been trained by brother Tanaka. It was difficult for either to land a solid hit, as Tanaka had made them adept at defending against attacks. As the fight progressed, their movements became more aggressive, and Class B began to wonder if they ever stood a chance. Rex had set up the camera at the beginning, but what the fighters didn't know was that he had also started a live stream for just the Ravens. Brother Tanaka was watching the fight and could see the progress that Izuku had made. When they first started, Izuku would have been on the floor in 2 minutes, but now he was holding his own for nearly 5 minutes. Tanaka had his class watching the stream, explaining how they needed to improve their fighting skills. They had to be able to defend against any attack and counter it effectively. Down in the ring, Izuku and Bakugo were growing frustrated that their attacks weren't landing. They knew they weren't allowed to break any bones, so they had to hold back their moves. Finally, Izuku landed a kick that struck Bakugo in the side. The impact delayed Bakugo's attack for a moment, allowing Izuku to counter, and soon Bakugo found himself on the floor. Out of habit, Izuku raised his hand as if he were holding a knife, a remnant of their training. Good job, Izuku, someone cheered. We never doubted you for a second, another voice chimed in. Dixie said Bakugo has to do extra training when he gets back, someone added, and Bakugo groaned in response. Ugh, he muttered. Andrew heard that, Roxy teased. Bakugo's expression showed his concern, and Izuku laughed along with the others. You're going to have bruised ribs on top of all that training, Izuku joked. I already have bruised ribs. What? Has he been training you in kicking techniques? Bakugo shot back. Izuku, get off your boyfriend and come get some water. Bakugo, come over here and let me see the damage. Everyone else, go get your winnings from Slim, Vixen ordered. Class B finally recovered from the shock of seeing Bakugo lose against Midoriya without throwing a fit. They wondered who this new Bakugo was and who these teenagers from the outside were that Aizawa had welcomed to observe their fight. It's obvious that some of you are better at long-distance attacks because of your quirks. You can't always rely on them. What if you were fighting someone like Aizawa and had no quirk left to use? I want those who excel at long-distance fighting to train with Ojiro, Bakugo, and Izuku 3 times a week after class. Those who just need a bit of polishing, I'll list your names. You will meet with me and Rex on those 3 days in the gym, Dixie explained to Class A, while Roxy delivered a similar message to Class B. Vlad looked displeased. I'm not here to say you did poorly. You didn't. In fact, I was surprised you lasted so long, especially those who fought Bakugo. I know how tough he is to beat, Dixie continued. Before you continue, can you tell us who you all are? Kendo asked, pointing at the group still on the wall, drinking and laughing. You're the one who beat my Birdman, right? Kendo, was it? I can't give you all the details, but I can tell you we're from America, and we help protect Class A, one of the outsiders replied. But the League of Villains hasn't attacked since last year, Pony interjected. Oh, we know. That's because we've had run-ins with them. They owed us a favor for a mistake made by a certain girl, and we told them to stay away from Class A. Granted, Dabi and Toga got near Class A at the funeral, but that was only to pay respects to someone important. We protect Class A from a different kind of danger. I can't go into details. Anyway, Since we're spending a lot of time on this campus, we've talked to Mr. Aizawa, and he agreed to let us help you whenever we see fit. Dixie is talking to Class A about their training, and let me tell you, she won't make it easy. I won't either, since you clearly need more help. I bet Bakugo has already been working with his friends, and Izuku has done the same, which is why they are stronger than you. I took notes on your fights, and I need you to look at this list. The names on the left will train with Vixen at the track behind the school on Wednesdays and Fridays. On those days, those on the right will meet me here to train. Now just wait a minute. Who says you're qualified to give us these orders? Manama started, but Aizawa interrupted. You're on the list with Vixen, right? Aizawa pointed out. Manama checked the list and realized he was correct. You're not worth his time, but if he's willing to train you, then take it. He's saved my life a couple of times, and I know he will train you hard. In a few months, you could be good enough to fight those who are training over there, but it will take longer for you to face them head-on without them holding back. The same goes for Midoriya and Bakugo. About that, what happened with Midoriya? Someone asked, curious about the unexpected turn of events. Roxy chuckled softly, disguising her laughter with a cough. If you're feeling unwell, Roxy, you should head back to Midoriya's house and let Said make you some soup, one of her classmates suggested. I'm fine really. Just a little tickle in my throat, Roxy replied, brushing off their concern. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Vixen and I will be leading hand-to-hand combat training for you all. You can't always rely on your quirks. Kai Chisaki, the villain known as Overhaul, has been developing a drag to eliminate quirks entirely. Since you've focused so much on quirk training, you wouldn't last long in the world he aims to create. We're going to change that. Make sure to meet your instructors on time next week. I'll make sure they do, Miss Roxy, Kendo assured her. Now, Aizawa, is it okay if we take Izuku and Bakugo home to discuss some important matters? Roxy asked. Of course, Aizawa replied. Roxy thanked him and hurried off, leaving Class B still feeling a bit suspicious. They sensed that something was being hidden from them, particularly regarding Midoriya. Hey, Izuku, the whisper said congratulations on your win, and when we get back to America he wants to talk to you, Rex informed him. What does he mean? The class wondered aloud. Don't go alone, Midoriya, they cautioned, but they wouldn't get any answers since the person they asked had already left. They would have to wait for another day. Throughout their high school years, Class B and Class A had numerous sparring events. Each match seemed to last longer than the last, but the top two contenders were always Bakugo and Izuku. After each event, the instructors would pull their groups aside to coach them on fighting without quirks. However, during the last sparring event of their final year, things took a turn. The Assassins had forgotten to set traps, and a group hunting for Midoriya managed to sneak in. Vixen, with his quirk activated, was listening to Izuku's taunts directed at Todoroki when he picked up the sound of footsteps approaching. He clicked his tongue twice, signaling the other assassins to move toward their new targets. No one noticed their absence until after Midoriya won the fight, and the usual cheers were absent. Everyone turned to the wall where the instructors typically sat, noticing it looked like they had left in a hurry. The camera recording the fights had been knocked down, and soda cans were scattered everywhere. An empty chip bag fluttered away in the breeze, putting Bakugo and Midoriya on high alert. You've got to be kidding me. I don't even have. Bakugo started, but Jairu interrupted. Look, over there. She pointed toward the woods where figures were emerging, dragging someone behind them. Hey, Izuku, you might want to check this out, Dixie called out. Why? Midoriya asked, approaching the scene. We found a rat, Dixie replied. Midoriya's eyes widened in disbelief. Pudgy? Did you finally come back with my McDonald's? What? No. Pudgy exclaimed. Too bad. So, did you come alone, or are there more with you? Midoriya questioned. We dealt with the rest. They're tied up in the shed, Pudgy admitted, fear evident in his eyes. Thanks. Now, have you revealed any details about the hideout? Midoriya pressed. No, I only told them where you go to school, Pudgy confessed, trembling under Midoriya's intense gaze. By doing that, you've already betrayed me. Anyone can find out I go here, but you were the one who gave away the information, Midoriya stated firmly. I did. Pudgy stammered, but he was silenced by a swift motion from Midoriya. The class watched in shock as Midoriya took decisive action. Did I say you could talk? He said, his voice carrying authority. Wow. He wasn't even that way with Toga, Bakugo muttered, drawing the attention of those nearby. You gave away information that could have endangered your boss. Remember your vow of loyalty to the Ravens? You promised to protect me. And once a Raven, always a Raven. Do you know what we do with traitors? Midoriya asked, his tone chilling. Pudgy nodded, tears welling in his eyes, but it did not earn him any mercy. In an instant, Midoriya ended the confrontation. He turned to the other assassins. I thought you said he was dead. Why did you lie? We said we found his body. Apparently, it was a fake, one of the assassins replied. Midoriya sighed and returned to the class, leaving the body to be taken away. Most students instinctively backed away from the angry teen who had just taken a life in front of them. Bakugo, however, stood his ground, allowing Midoriya to lean against him for support. Aren't you going to restrain him? He just killed that boy, a Class B student protested. I'd prefer if you didn't perform public executions next time, Midoriya, Aizawa said, his tone laced with annoyance. Sorry about that. I had to take care of the rat before he could contact anyone. He didn't even bring me my McDonald's, Midoriya replied casually. You killed him over food? Class B exclaimed in unison. Oh, I understand. How much did he owe you? Bakugo asked, intrigued. Just a drink, but the meal was soon to follow, Midoriya explained. And how big was the drink? Bakugo inquired. A small, Midoriya answered. Got it. I take it this guy had a lot of money? Bakugo concluded. Yep, Midoriya confirmed. The students were confused, but Aizawa and Kaminari nodded in understanding, surprising Kirishima, who was almost accustomed to Kaminari grasping the assassin's actions. So that guy needed to go. Good job, Bakugo said, patting Midoriya on the head, earning protests from Class B. Hey, Aizawa, he needs to work out the rest of his anger. Since we know it's ultimately going to be us fighting, can we skip to the end? Bakugo suggested. No, because I was going to sub you out today if it came to that. I want to see what one of them looks like in a fight, Aizawa replied, gesturing to the few who were cleaning up. Hey, Rex, get down here and fight Izuku, Bakugo called out, using Midoriya's actual name for the first time in front of everyone, which earned gasps of shock. Rex, oblivious, jumped down and headed to the ring. I haven't had to fight you while you were angry in a while, Rex said, preparing for the match. Try not to put me in the hospital this time, Izuku. The last time you did, the nurse wasn't very attractive. The last time you did, you stole my drink and my date. How was I supposed to know you were with a girl? Okay, enough arguing. It'll only make his mood worse, you know. Now fight, Bakugo said, and the two leaped at each other. Somehow, halfway through the fight, they ended up with knives. Aizawa quickly sent someone to get Recovery Girl, knowing this would escalate quickly. By the time the two finished fighting, Rex had a broken bone and his clothes were completely ruined. Blood was seeping from a wound on his arm and a new stab wound marred his side. Izuku had a cut on his eye and a sprained wrist. He had won the fight. With his uninjured eye, he saw Aizawa and the other assassins exchanging money. You feeling better now, Izuku? Rex asked, offering a hand to the worn-out Izuku, despite having worse injuries himself. Yeah. Just glad that guy didn't reveal anything about home, you know. Izuku was amazed that Rex was treating his wounds as if they were nothing. Normally, Rex would be throwing a fit by now. Yeah, I know what you mean. If that had happened, we'd have to make an emergency trip to America to relocate. Too many memories to just up and leave like that. That's where I first met you, and it's where Dad raised us all. Granted, I spent most of my time here with Mom and Kachin, but that place will always be home. Everyone could tell from the way he spoke that he was homesick. Aggravated by seeing Midoriya like this, Rex spoke up. Go home for a while. We have a few months until finals. You already know all of the material. Just ask for a leave of absence until a week before finals. Class A agreed. Could he really just up and leave for a couple of months? the little mushroom girl from Class B asked. He did it in our first year. Why not now? Momo said. I can't go yet. I don't think I'm ready to face them. For goodness sake, I meant to just visit, not take that position. Go spend time with your friends at the shooting range or flirt with some guys at the bar. Just go have fun. You're obviously stressed again, and that idiot made your stress worse. I've never seen Bakugo care this much. It's unnerving, Monoma remarked. Aizawa, is that okay with you? I'll talk to Nezu about it. For now, just go back to the dorm. Hey you three, patch him up when you get there. Recovery girl, please take care of Rex. Vixen, Dixie, and Roxy led Midoriya to the dorms while Recovery Girl tended to Rex. The rest of you get back to the classrooms. The day's not over yet, Vlad said. The students complied without protest. Izuku did get his couple of months in America. At first, he was glad he took Bakugo's advice, but then he became upset. He was happy to be back, sure, but it felt different. On the outside, everything looked normal. People were running around, either training or dealing with missions. Izuku was right there with them, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. One day, he went to talk to Tanaka, just like he used to as a kid. He didn't have a plan for what to discuss, he just knew he needed to talk with his teacher. And then he came at me and I swiped his feet out from under him, Izuku recounted, sharing a story about training the long-range fighters to combat short-range opponents while Tanaka finished folding the mats from the last class. That was fun. They've really improved since then. When we graduate, I know they'll be great heroes. They sure will. What about you though? Are you going to do some hero work before coming home, or will you just come right back and help lead us? Izuku froze. He hadn't even thought about that. He had always assumed his father would be there when he got his hero license, so he planned to work as a hero for a while until he was ready to confront him. I don't really know. He had no clue what to do. I guess I have to come back home. Brother Andrew can't do this forever. He needs to train whatever new recruits we get. I'm sure he won't mind leading for a while you go out there and fight some bad guys. If I don't come back after I graduate, then I'll just keep putting it off. Kachin had to practically throw me on the plane for me to even come here in the first place. Why is that? I thought you loved it here. I do, but it feels different. It feels off. I feel as though something is suffocating me, but I don't know what it is. Tanaka thought for a moment. The place did feel different to him, but it wasn't suffocating. People just smiled less, and it wasn't as joyous as when the old Inser was here. When he thought of the old Nezu, he had an idea of what it was. Izuku, I think I may know what's bothering you, and you need to listen to me about it. Don't just shove this aside, okay? Izuku nodded. It's because your father isn't here. I knew father wouldn't be here. Why would that be bothering me? Because you haven't properly grieved. You can't help comparing this place to what it was like while he led. You don't even realize that you're doing it. Plus, knowing you're going to have to fill his shoes is overwhelming you, but you don't actually understand why you're overwhelmed. That's why it feels suffocating. You think I'm overwhelmed by the thought of my own father? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard you say. Izuku snapped at his teacher. Yes, he's dead. I know he's dead. And I know I have to take over at some point. I've accepted that. Why would that be overwhelming me? Because you think you need to be like he was, and you don't think you can do it without his help. He didn't know what to say. Those words made sense to him. It felt like the truth was too heavy to bear, and he struggled to accept it. Being here shows you how much you have to take care of, but you don't know how to do it. You always thought Hisashi would be there to guide you. I remember you telling me how you planned to lead someday and make your father proud. You envisioned him by your side, watching you achieve great things. You don't want to accept that he's gone because that would mean everything you planned is shattered. Am I right? He's really gone. Those words stung. He had always known it deep down, but Tanaka was right, he wasn't ready to face that reality. What am I going to do, Tanaka? I can't lead everyone. I can't be in charge. Not now. I don't know what to do. Tears streamed down Izuku's face. Tanaka moved closer, wrapping his arms around the small boy, knowing this moment would come ever since Hisashi had confided in him about his illness. You don't have to do anything right now. Just wait until after you graduate high school. I'll be here, and we can talk then. For now, I want you to grieve properly. They sat together for a while, with Izuku crying and Tanaka providing the emotional support he needed. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and Izuku fell asleep. Tanaka carefully lifted him and carried him to his room. As he passed several people along the way, concern filled their faces. None had seen the young Emperor in such a state. Tanaka reassured them that Izuku was fine, just grieving. Once he settled Izuku safely in his room, he sought out Andrew. "What do you need, Tanaka?" Andrew asked as Tanaka entered the office. Izuku never really grieved for his father, and he doesn't feel ready to take over yet. "You know what you need to do, right?" "I'm already on it." He cried for almost 2 hours straight. Right now, he's asleep in his room. Be there for him when he wakes up. I'll stay in this position until he's ready to take over. It doesn't matter how long it takes. If he sits behind this desk before he's ready, it could lead to disaster. "Thank you, brother." "No need to thank me. I'm just doing my duty. Now I have paperwork to finish." After Tanaka left, Andrew sighed, wishing Izuku would stop bottling up his emotions. He called Izuku's closest friends to inform them of the situation, instructing them to avoid anything that might upset him. They all agreed, realizing they needed to adjust their plans for Izuku's sake. Bakugo grew concerned when he hadn't heard from Izuku in a week. Others reassured him that Izuku was probably busy, but Bakugo couldn't shake his worry. He usually received at least a message from Izuku, but this time there was nothing. It troubled him enough to call. "Hello, Deku, are you okay?" The class turned their attention to him. It was noon for Midoriya, so he was likely awake, but busy. "Have you been crying?" Now everyone was worried too. They watched Bakugo closely, noticing the shift in his demeanor from desperate concern to a more general worry. "I told you to go have fun, but I guess this is better. Not what I wanted, but it's good to let it out." Their curiosity grew, and Bakugo pulled the phone away, covering the mic before explaining, "He's been dealing with his father's death." They nodded, allowing Bakugo to continue his call. "So Brother Tanaka is helping you." Didn't expect him to be so supportive. A new question arose among them. Who was this Brother Tanaka they had heard so much about? They had heard his name mentioned during training with Rex and Dixie. "Hey, Deku, I'll let you go now. Take care of yourself, and call me soon. Bye." He hung up and leaned back on the couch. 2 years of pent-up emotions. No wonder he's so stressed. A few weeks of that would tip anyone over. "Who's Brother Tanaka?" Hagakure asked, eager for information. "He's the one who looked after Deku as a kid while his father was busy." "Yeah, but what does he do?" Kirishima inquired. "He makes a good omelet." They groaned. "You know I can't share personal information about any of the Ravens. You saw what happened to Pudgy when he revealed something that was supposed to be confidential." From what Midoriya said, he also left the Ravens to join another group for over 2 years. Jairu added, "True, but I'm not risking my life by revealing anything about Brother Tanaka." Izuku reflected on Bakugo's concern. He hadn't expected it to worry him so much if he took a few days for himself, especially since Bakugo had sent him here to relieve his stress. Why was Bakugo so worried lately? Was it because he was finally accepting their friendship again? Or was he starting to see Izuku as his boss like everyone else? Or had others asked him to check in on him? Why was he overthinking it? He needed to focus on his own issues, not create more stress for himself. He could end up making himself sick if he kept trying to decipher things that likely had no hidden meanings. Yet, every time he tried to push the thought away, it returned. Bakugo cared enough to check in because he hadn't texted in a few days. A few years ago, Izuku would have brushed off the silence between him and Katsuki. Now, just the fact that Katsuki checked in on him filled him with happiness. Yet, he knew Katsuki didn't feel the same way, and that realization weighed heavily on him. Why does it matter so much? Izuku thought. He has every right not to like me back. Maybe he just isn't interested in anyone like that. He sighed, feeling a wave of self-doubt wash over him. I would never be his type anyway. If anyone were, it would be Kirishima or Rex, but Rex is straight. Just then, Miss Cherry, the resident therapist, appeared. I followed the bad vibes and it led me here. I thought you were getting better, bro. What happened? Izuku sighed. Katsuki's never going to love me back. I'm never going to marry the man I love. Miss Cherry face-bombed, a gesture that surprised him. I thought something was seriously wrong. Katsuki's the angry blonde I had to talk to a couple of years ago, right? I had to assess his mental state after his week here. Yes, that's typically how therapists describe him. Don't worry about it too much, Izuku. With that, she left him alone, feeling abandoned in his self-pity. Izuku returned to Japan a week before finals. The trip had been kept under wraps, and instead of a group SERT, he had only one person in disguise accompanying him on the plane. Once he arrived at UA, he quickly made his way to the dorms, where he was greeted by an overly excited Uraraka who hugged him tightly. He didn't hug back, he felt too drained. Being back reminded him of the person he had to face. Don't worry about him, he had been told, but he couldn't shake the feeling. Reflecting on his emotions made it clear that this was more than just a crush. Now, being around Katsuki made him want to run away. What he didn't realize was how much his behavior worried everyone. This was a different kind of concern than before they knew his true identity. They could sense something was genuinely wrong. Once he left the room, Katsuki pulled out his phone. He knew this wasn't just stress, something deeper was troubling Izuku, and he was determined to find out what it was. Is that any way to talk to? You know what, never mind. I know you know what's going on with him. If Katsuki was sure, then the class trusted him. Over the years, they had learned to rely on Katsuki when it came to Izuku. He had always known how to help, whether it was with Izuku's quirk or his emotional state. He's in such bad shape that he didn't even greet anyone. I sent him there to focus on the graduation exams, but something is clearly on his mind, Katsuki said, frustration evident in his voice. The others exchanged glances, realizing how perceptive Katsuki was. He could read Izuku well enough to understand the situation without needing help. He wouldn't let that. So what do I need to do to help? Katsuki asked, his jaw clenched. After a moment of silence, he hung up and headed to the kitchen, feeling the weight of his classmates' stares. They wanted answers, but he wasn't ready to share. You don't have to worry about him, he said finally. Apparently, when he was getting over his father, he realized some other things. I wasn't told the name of the cause, but I do know what's going on. He noticed some sighs of relief among his classmates. Did it really comfort them to know he had some insight? He prepared a tray of snacks and took it upstairs, knocking on Izuku's door. When there was no answer, he let himself in. He found Izuku passed out on his bed, looking worn out and in need of rest. Not wanting to disturb him, Katsuki left the snacks and a note saying he was there when Izuku was ready to talk. He then went back downstairs, telling the others not to disturb him. It was all he could do for now, but he hoped it would help in the long run. Katsuki was here? He wanted to talk? Izuku's heart raced. How did he know? Panic set in as he feared rejection. Oh, you're awake? Katsuki said, entering the room. I just came up to check on you before going to class. I'll bring you back some packets and books to study with, but you just rest. You look exhausted. Izuku felt a flicker of hope. Did Katsuki care about him? No, that couldn't be it. Katsuki just wanted him to be at his best. Thanks, Katsuki, Izuku replied, moving to close the door but hesitating. Oh, and another thing, Katsuki added, causing Izuku's heart to drop. Don't let the idiot that doesn't like you get you down. He doesn't know what he's missing. Izuku's mind raced. Katsuki didn't realize it was him. Or maybe he did and was trying to let him down gently while giving him false hope. Why was it so hard to read him? He could understand everyone else, but Katsuki remained an enigma. That's why he got top marks in secrecy. No one can read this guy. He made good on his promise to bring me study material. He decided to stay to help me with whatever I didn't understand. It wasn't that I was upset he stayed, I just couldn't focus. I kept glancing over at him. There were many things I had never really noticed about him before. The way he sat, how he held his pencil, the way his jaw tightened when he was deep in thought. I thought I knew these things, but he had changed. I never had the chance to study him for 3 whole years. I was too focused on other things. Tell me about him, he said suddenly. Huh. Well, you're not focusing on the work in front of you, so talk. Tell me about this guy who has you so messed up. Why do you want to know? I need to judge whether or not he's good enough for you. Is he respectful? I hesitated but decided to share a bit. When he wants to be, but usually no. He didn't look too pleased with that answer. If he's not respectful, then why do you like him? There's no way he will respect you. If you date someone who won't respect you, you'll just end up hurt. Why did he care so much? I don't want you hurting. He's not respectful, but he has a lot of great qualities. He can be caring when he wants to be, but he doesn't often show it. He stands up for what he believes in. He puts his goals first, determined to reach them no matter the cost. He is incredibly strong, strong enough to protect himself and others. A true hero, if you ask me. I look up to him even if he doesn't know it. Why was I defending him like this? Does he even care about you? Because to me, it sounds like you're just watching him from the sidelines. What do you even know about this guy other than what you've told me? He does care. I don't know why, but he does. I think he views me more as a friend or colleague, though. Plus, I don't even know if he's interested in guys. He's never shown any interest in anyone. It hurt to admit, but it was true. I hate that type. Just can't read them. It surprised me when AUX and Ponytail started dating. I thought AUX was aromantic for a while, and I was almost certain that Ponytail had a thing for icy hot. Well, what would you do in this situation? I would do what he told me even if it hurt. I honestly don't know. Dating has never been my thing. I knew it. I just never had the time to commit to someone, so I've pushed all of the feelings I've ever had for any guy down to the pits of hell to burn. At least now I knew he liked guys. So what's your type? Why did I just ask that? Even he looked shocked. What do you mean? Like, do you prefer the studious types or the bad boys? Do you like them younger or older? Tall or short? Long hair or short hair? Do you like the obvious guys or the ones who deceive women into thinking they're straight and then make them irritated because they never had a chance? I just like guys who can take care of themselves but also let me help them. I like to feel needed, but not so much that I become like their parent. That didn't narrow it down. All of us guys here could take care of ourselves. I guess I like them powerful. I like them flirty, but not so flirty that it embarrasses me in public. I want someone who can lead but will allow me to take the reins as well. So, Kirishima. He was powerful. I had seen him flirt a few times, but it was subtle. I knew he was a leader, but he would follow Bakugo anywhere. I will admit, at one point I thought maybe I could date him, but then I realized I only want him as a friend. Then who else would fit that description? Kaminari and Shiro were too flirty. Ida, Koda, Sato, and Mineta were straight. Todoroki was just a whole mess of confusion, but powerful. Aoyama was too self-indulgent for Bakugo. Who else was there? Maybe someone at the base. Maybe he fell for Vixen after I broke his heart. Wait, no one said he currently liked anyone. Why are you suddenly interested in dating anyway? You have more important things to worry about, like whether you will do hero work or focus on building up the Raven's power. I've already made up my mind about what I'm going to do. I've talked to the main crew, and they agree that I should pursue this. It will increase the strength of the Ravens and allow me to do hero work. It's not dating that I'm worried about. All that happened is that I discovered I fell in love with someone who may not even love me back, and it hurts. I'm just a teenager, Kachin. We all are, and a lot of people seem to forget that, even us. We learn to fight to defend ourselves, and where we stand in the world at a young age. Our class knows where we will fall after we graduate, and we have accepted it, but we are still teenagers. We have crushes, we gossip and flirt, we do stupid things and worry over trivial matters. I just happen to be worrying over something as silly as unrequited love. Okay, then how about this? You said you have a plan for the Ravens, right? I nodded. Does this plan involve this guy, or is he even part of the Ravens? Well, the guy is part of the plans, but only for one reason. How would the others view it if you started dating this guy and he ended up being part of your big plan? Brother Tanaka already knows I have feelings for this guy and what I plan to offer him. He agrees that he is the best guy for the job, though. Everyone who knows agrees. Even Slim, who I confided in after getting drunk. I don't think they'd complain, but I see your point. It wouldn't look good to start dating someone and then do that. I get it. Job first, feelings later. That's always been the Raven way. I just wish the jobs and feelings could work together. This seems like a nice building. Big enough to house several people. It was also built in a way that showed they intended to expand it. Perfect. I'll take it. Said, please find some nice people to build onto this house. I will have the plans drawn up and a contract made. Right, sir. Is there anything else you would like me to do before we head back to school? No, thank you. I've already given you enough work for this week. Very well. Load up, young Imter. He opened the car door and waited for me to get in, just like he had done many times before. Am I making the right choice? Everyone said it was a great idea, but what if it's not? I wish I could just ask Dad what the right thing to do is. We have made it back in time for you to get dressed for the ceremony, sir. Thank you, said. I really need to stop doing things right before a big event. Now I only have enough time to slip my gown over my clothes and line up. Just in time. The speech is starting. Welcome everyone, and thank you for coming. As another year ends, so does the high school career of our wonderful third years. We are here today to watch our students graduate and wish them luck in whatever career path they choose. So, I would like you all to join me in welcoming our first student to the stage to accept his diploma. With that, Nezu began to call the students up one by one. We each walked up to accept our diploma with a smile, shaking hands with our teachers and thanking them. After all, we wouldn't have made it this far without them. After the ceremony, we got to socialize with everyone who came to see us graduate. I didn't expect anyone but my mom and said to be there for me. I had always imagined Dad standing beside her as I walked down with my diploma. I was surprised when I felt a strong hand on my shoulder. I looked over to see a hand on Kachin's shoulder. I recognized that hand. I had spent many years dodging it. What the? A hand slammed over Kachin's mouth. Don't you ever learn? It was Rex. I swear, Katsuki, after all our training, you still haven't gotten rid of that potty mouth. So, who's the scary-looking dude, Bakubro? Kirishima approached us. Did this guy just call me dude? We all froze. No one had ever called him dude. We had no idea how he would react. Yeah. You're my dude now. Rest in peace. Rex made a gesture as if crossing himself. Kirishima looked confused, then it clicked who this must be. You're the dude who won't let my main man use profanities. It's cute seeing him randomly curse and then laugh. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Bakugo snapped after getting hit in the head. I came to congratulate you two on graduating, and then I hear you've been mocking me. If we weren't in public, I'd take you down, Katsuki. Finally, someone who can handle my son. The name's Mitsuki. Andrew. It would be an honor if you would allow me to take you out for dinner sometime. He seemed to forget about us entirely. Dude, I think he's hitting on your mom. Really, Rex? I had never seen this man show interest in anyone, but one look at Kachin's mom and he had stars in his eyes. What's worse is she seemed to be enjoying it. I would be a fool to decline. A handsome guy like you can take me out for as many dinners as you want. I think I'm going to be sick, Kachin muttered before walking away. I also left, done with that scene. I wondered where Mom and Said were. Everyone else was with their families, so where was mine? After a bit of searching, I found Mom and Said talking to Endeavor. Todoroki was with Momo and her family, looking nervous as he met them for the first time. Momo's family was respected and loved their daughter. As I turned to find someone else to talk to, Mom saw me and called me over. Was her conversation with Endeavor not important? Did Brother Andrew not find you? He did. He just got distracted. I motioned over to where Rex was taking pictures of Brother Andrew and Mitsuki flirting with each other. Mom laughed softly. I felt bad for Kachin. It's about time he found someone. I just didn't expect it to be here. I hope you don't end up waiting until your 40s to find someone to love. Let the boy be, Mrs. Midoriya. Vixen had shown up too. He's got enough on his plate as it is. I know, But now that he's graduated, it's normal for a mother to think about the upcoming wedding. That's the next big step we wait for. Now her attention was on Vixen, who found the idea of putting me in a wedding dress to be quite appealing. Said wasn't offering support since he was talking to Endeavor about security setups. Said had Endeavor. Vixen had my mother. Rex was taking pictures. Kachin had run off somewhere. Brother Andrew and Mitsuki were with each other. Everyone else was with their families. I wish Dad was here. A few weeks after graduation, construction on the new building was progressing nicely. The reason he bought this place was the large amount of land that came with it, enough to train new recruits. Right now, Izuku was overseas working at the main base. He was filling out transfer papers to move some of the crew to the Japan base, the original one they used during missions, where he planned to live. It wasn't too far from the new base, allowing him to get there quickly in case of an emergency. It's going to take a while for things to pick up over there, you know, Brother Tanaka said. I know. And you're not taking all of your friends with you? I can't take them from their home. But they were raised to follow you. I'm sure they're already packed and ready to move to Japan with you. Everyone expects you to take them. If anyone deserves to go, it's them. The ones staying here should be your father's main men. Those kids have always been your men. What do you mean they have always been my men? I mean that they have always been the ones you would turn to. When away on missions, you would call for one of them if you needed backup, even if they were young. You were the one they respected most, even when your dad was alive. I know they would drop everything for you in a heartbeat, even this place. So take them and leave these guys here. Who will take Dixie's place though? And Lucy needs to stay here too, Tanaka explained. Lucy's father can come back and Dixie's place can be taken by Dan, he continued. Lucy's father has his own shop now, Izuku replied. He's been training people to take his place since he heard the news about your father. It was always the plan to call him back. Your father predicted that you would want to start a branch in Japan. He knows you love the place. So I've been following Dad's plan the whole time? He knew me better than I thought he did if he was able to predict all of this, Izuku said with a small laugh. As long as you're sure. After all, you'll be running this branch. I'm sure. Go ahead and take your friends, Izuku. Okay. A few days later, Izuku was ready to return to Japan. He was taking Rex with him and instructed Tanaka to send the others gradually to avoid drawing attention to the community. If word got out that they were moving in before they were strong enough to protect themselves, they wouldn't stand a chance. Said met them at the airport and took them to the new base. Brother Andrew was already there, having decided to stay for a certain someone. Izuku didn't complain. After all, who else would train the newcomers? Bakugo, however, complained quite a bit. Izuku showed Rex around the new place and spoke to a few of the assassins already stationed there before the new base was built. He asked how they liked it, and they all shared their opinions. It felt right. 3 years later, everything at the new branch was set and starting to take off. They weren't getting as many requests as they had in the US, but that was understandable. The younger heroes had been trained by the best and had faced many challenges thanks to the League. They were the best batch to come out of UA in a long time. Thanks to them, Japan was almost as safe as it had been during All Might's prime. Today, the hero Deku was going out for the first time since receiving his official license. The pro-hero Chargebolt had invited him to join on patrol and put his license to good use. It had been a while since he had seen anyone from class, except for Bakugo, who occasionally checked in on Izuku and his progress in field tests. After suiting up, he went to the meet-up point to wait for Chargebolt. It wasn't long before the energetic blonde arrived. Denki Kaminari approached Izuku with a bounce in his step. Hey buddy. Glad you could make it, he said. I've been needing to get out from behind the desk, and I didn't get this license for no reason. So let's get going, Izuku replied, pointing down the road to signal for the patrol to begin. As they walked, Kaminari caught Izuku up on what everyone from class was doing now. Occasionally, he would stop to sign something for a fan or take pictures. Apparently, Mina and Siro were teaching dance classes, alternating days, while the other was out doing hero work. Jair was working with Present Mike on his radio show, mixing music for him. Uraraka was helping her parents, just as she had told Izuku she wanted to do. As Kaminari spoke, Izuku realized just how much he had missed. Everyone in class had found something to pursue or someone special. The one that surprised Izuku the most was Mineta. Mineta has found a girl, Kaminari said, suddenly remembering. He had started doubting his hero career, so he went on patrol with Aizawa a few months ago to talk about it. Some villain chased a girl past them, and Mineta was quick to use his quirk to trip the guy. Long story short, she gave him her number, and they've been going out since. He hasn't even looked at another girl since they started dating. She's boosted his confidence and everything. Good for him, Izuku said with a smile. He looked up at the sky and saw hawks flying by with a bank robber. It seems like everyone has found something to keep them happy. Kaminari glanced at Izuku with a concerned frown. Are you not happy? No, I am. I love running the Ravens. It's just that I've been focused on nothing else. My life has been all about preparing for this. Even my hero training was focused on how it would help me. You all have something on the side or someone to pursue. I'm practically married to my paperwork. I didn't think it would involve so much reading or filing when I became the boss. You know, I haven't gone on one mission myself since I sat behind that desk. My home has been empty for weeks because I've been sleeping in my office. I don't know how my father managed to go out so much or even meet my mom, let alone start a family. I barely had time to come out with you. If Kachin hadn't finally accepted my offer to be my second in command and help me out, I would still be back there. I think I need to work out a schedule when I get back later so I can find time to relax and do some basic hero work. Sounds great, dude. I know it took a lot of convincing on my part to get him to agree, though. He thought the others would think it unfair since he has no official field experience, Kaminari admitted. He does though. I've been counting the big missions he goes on as part of his field experience since I've expanded the Ravens beyond just assassination, Izuku said. Before they could discuss anything else, they heard an explosion. Knowing that Bakugo was at the base meant that the explosion was not from him. Thus began Deku's debut as an official hero and the next step toward achieving the goal he had set for himself all those years ago. Hey boss, the car's almost here, Vixen said. Izuku looked up from his paperwork, his reading glasses halfway down the bridge of his nose. Vixen was there with Roxy and Lucy. He set his pen down and took off the glasses. Well then, let's get me ready, he said. He followed them out of his office and to Roxy's room. On the bed was a nice outfit. It wasn't too fancy, but it still gave off an air of importance, fitting for the leader of the Ravens. He put on the outfit and then sat in the chair for hair and makeup by Vixen and Lucy. Roxy grabbed the jewelry that complemented the outfit, and soon Izuku was ready. Just in time too, as Slim rushed into the room to announce that the ride had arrived. Rex was already in the car, waiting for him. His role was to ensure Izuku reached his destination safely and remain on guard. He was already on high alert, something Izuku appreciated. This was exactly why Rex had always been his personal guard. The ride was quiet. Izuku's nerves were high, and understandably so, considering the occasion. Even Rex seemed a bit tense, despite not being part of the event. When the car pulled up in front of a nice restaurant, Rex quickly got out and opened the door for Izuku. Taking a deep breath, Izuku pushed aside his anxiety and put on his serious face. It was now or never. As Izuku entered the restaurant, he provided the hostess with the name of the reservation. She smiled and led him through the establishment to a private room reserved just for this occasion. Rex followed closely behind until they reached the door that would separate them. Izuku had to go in alone. One more breath was all it took to gather the strength to open the door and step inside. There was no turning back now. Look who finally decided to show up, a familiar voice called out. Izuku smiled in response. Sorry, I had to take extra precautions, he replied. It was the Class A 10-year reunion. Most of these people Izuku hadn't seen in years. The few he had seen were only due to hero work, or in Bakugo's and Kaminari's case, they worked for the Ravens. Everyone had changed so much. Most had brought their significant others, and Jair even had a baby with her. We can't really fault you for that, Uraraka said, handing him a glass with a mysterious drink. Izuku thanked her and scanned the room again, his eyes inevitably landing on the one person he wished they wouldn't, Bakugo, who was sitting with Kirishima, enjoying their meal. Don't focus on them, sweetie. Just join us over here, Uraraka encouraged, pulling him toward a group where Mineta and his wife were discussing their upcoming third child. As Izuku caught up with everyone, he could feel Bakugo's gaze on him, making it hard to socialize. Kirishima was flirting with Bakugo, the ring on his finger a constant reminder that he couldn't marry him or flaunt their relationship. After about 2 hours, Izuku excused himself to leave. His friends understood and wished him safe travels home before returning to their conversations. "Take me home," Izuku said to Rex, who nodded and led him back through the restaurant. Said drove them across the city to the mansion that had once served as an overseas home for the Ravens. Izuku thanked them for the evening and headed inside. Frustrated, he punched a wall to release his anger. How could they flaunt their relationship like that? He felt a surge of rage. Izuku sank onto the couch in the main sitting room, a bottle of sake in one hand and the TV remote in the other. He turned on the news to catch up on the day's events while he had been busy with the Ravens. There were reports of villain attacks and some missing leaders he knew were gone, but nothing too major. Then the gossip section came on, featuring a story about the 2 people he was upset with. Just then, he heard the door to the mansion close, followed by heavy footsteps he recognized. He felt familiar arms wrap around him from behind, and a kiss was placed on the top of his head. "No," Izuku said, and the arms withdrew with a heavy sigh. "Are you really going to be angry with me?" Bakugo asked. "Yes," Izuku replied, turning to face him. "You didn't have to make such a big show of it. Kirishima likes public displays of affection, and that's what our friends expect," Bakugo explained. "Besides, this was your idea to protect me." Bakugo took the sake from Izuku's hand and set it aside. He had never liked Izuku's excessive drinking habits, especially since he had been drunk when he first confessed his feelings. They had to wait until he sobered up to discuss it properly. "I know you hate that I chose Kirishima. I know you feel threatened because of our history, but I promise there are no feelings there. He's just my friend, and he understands the situation," Bakugo said, pulling Izuku closer. "Then why didn't you choose Kaminari?" "He understands more than Kirishima does," Izuku asked. "Because Kaminari would want more than Kirishima does. Kirishima has kept things professional. Would you really feel comfortable with Kaminari hanging on to me every time we make a public appearance?" Izuku sighed, knowing Bakugo was right. He just didn't like sharing, but it was the only way to keep him safe. Bakugo placed another kiss on Izuku's forehead and took his hand, reassuring him that he wasn't going anywhere. His place was by Izuku's side. No other assassin group knew he was a Raven since he never took on missions that weren't hero-related. He kept his distance from Izuku in public and maintained a fake relationship as a cover, a relationship that even their closest friends believed. But that didn't mean his love didn't belong solely to Izuku. "I love you, Izuku. I always will. So don't you dare believe that my relationship with Kirishima is real. Don't let my acting convince you otherwise." Izuku nodded, finally sinking into Bakugo's embrace. This was the life of Izuku Midoriya. His real life, filled with pain, stress, and a whole lot of deception. But he wouldn't change it for anything else in the world.